fucking hard fact.
You are watching the Vodka stream.
What's happening? My sign's not on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Sorry, forgot to turn on the sign. I saw the sign. All right, so we're good. How's it going, everybody? TGI freaking F, man. Talk about a long week. Oof, man. But we're here. It's Friday. How's everybody doing? Cheers. Cheerio to all of you. Hopefully you guys had a good day. I mean, it was a pretty good day, We'll be talking about all kinds of things. Is the wrong mic again? Yeah. It's because I had a little mic issue earlier. Hold on. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Where are we at? Which one? This one. There we go. There. That better? Hello? Is it me you're looking for? We good? I think we're good now, right? Okay. I think we're fine. How we doing? All right. Who's out there? But yeah, cheers, guys. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Vodka Stream. Got lots to talk about with the panel. I know. I hope my title and stuff like that is not clickbaity. I don't have Jay Oliva coming on. I tried not to be, but I was like, I want to put him in the title. I couldn't think of a title worth of shit, so that ended up being the title of tonight's Vodka stream, and I hope it's not clickbaity. I would love it, I mean, we were tweeting at him a little bit this week to see if we can entice him to make an appearance, but I don't know if he'd actually want to do that. I don't even know where he lives, actually. If he lives West Coast, East Coast, Central, I don't know. But anyways, cheers to you guys. And I don't want it to sound like I was trying to think I have Jay Oliva on tonight. Hey, what's going on there? We got Hal Jordan here. Subscribe, hit that subscribe, do all that. I hope Peter Star Mars Lucifer comes back for that'd be interesting. Yo, what's going on, AC? How you doing? Ronak, I see 2 film junkie. I might have too many. Yeah, you might already be drunk. I got 2 guns, 1 for each of you. Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey Dave, I know you had him on the Patreon, but have you ever thought about having Willie on the Vox stream? Yeah, definitely have. He's made appearances video-wise and stuff, but definitely have. What's going on, Mr. Nicotina? All right, Jason McKenzie. Ahoy, sir. Always good to see you. All right, we got Mr. Fear Jason. We got Mr. Amar. How you doing? What else we got? We got Miss Steph right here. They'll do what she says. That's what she said. How's it going, Miss Nighthawk? Tatsuo. Am I say it right this time? Probably not, right? What's going on, Tyler? We got Rodrigo right here. We got Chuck. What's going on, Chuck? And we got Kat. Good to see you. Happy Friday, Kat. Okay, what's up? You're having a caramel vodka apple cider. Woo! Sounds intense. Sounds tasty. Sounds sweet. Sounds a little too sweet, but maybe like one of those during Christmas time. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty cool. Who's Mick? I'm just kidding. Hi, Scott. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see. Clay Talion, good to see you. Gonna watch The Woman King? Good. Watch it, support it. StreamYards has been jamming up my mic. Yeah, well, I think mine was because when I recorded my video, I had a mishap with my memory card. So then I got a little frustrated and I went, damn it. And I freaking moved my mic real quick and it went boom, over here in this area. And then the thing popped out. Anytime the plug pops out, StreamYard immediately defaults to my webcam. So yeah, that's what it is. That's right. Could carry a tune every now and again, huh? Let's do some karaoke. Hey, hello everybody. Wow, what's going on, Landon? Good to see you. All right, we got Carrie right here. Good to see you, bud. That's right. Wordcast Media. All right, good to see you. We got Mr. Venom. Let's see. Here we go. So who else we got? Anybody else? Boop, boop, boop. Hey, Mr. Tony. Tony. How's it going, butt? Dave, did you see the bat costume mini doc? No, I did not. I don't think I saw that. I'll have to look for it. Yeah, we're celebrating some Constantine. Remember, it's Constantine, not teen time. Got to get used to that. What's going on, Jose? Oh yeah, go Dodgers. I know. I like my dad hits me up like he always does. It goes, hey, we up for another $20? And I'm just like, I might as well just send it to you. I have no faith. No faith in the Giants. They're done. What's going on, MFer? How you doing? We got Jade also right here. Where are you at, Jade? Oh, I just saw you. Jade, what's up? Cool. Hey, thank you, Mr. DJ. What's going on? Got Hot Toys Tactical Batfleck release and Charity 1/6 scale BVS. Zack Snyder's Justice League Batmobile Project 4. The AFSB I worked on. Wow. Cool, man. That's probably going to be something pretty damn beautiful right there. Congratulations. Awesome, dude. And thank you for the $5 super chats. Right. Celebrate the positivity, guys. The positivity. That's what we're trying to do, right? Celebrate the positivity. Nothing wrong with that. Just chilling. Talk about, like I said, we'll talk about all kinds of stuff. We'll talk about WB, Flash, prequel comic book. We'll talk about Jay Oliva tweeting all week. That went on for about 4 days. I think he was kind of tweeting yesterday about it. Jay was. And, just responding to some people and everything. So, like I said, it's just you don't have to fully agree with everything he says, which thankfully I saw people that don't like me actually going, hey, I disagree with him, but you know what? Don't dogpile on him. He's got some points that he's making that are good. And hey, let's not add to the issue here. And it's like, yeah, it's exactly what he's trying to get out there. It's like, don't add to the issue. Don't keep on going and going. Don't keep on with dogpiling and all that stuff. So I know. I just trust me. I wish, but sadly, just that's like I said. I know he made the Justice Con appearances. I just don't think. I mean, we tweeted at him, and I didn't get any. And I don't think you could DM him. I didn't even look, but I'm pretty sure you can't DM him. So yeah, I wish. Maybe one of these days, guys. One of these days. But yes, it's not. I'm not trying to be like, hey, I'm not trying to do a rope-a-dope right now or something. Don't worry. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Oh, we got a $10 super chat, Mr. Joey Henderson. Thank you. So I was kicked out of a Snyderverse Facebook group because I said the Snyderverse isn't being restored. I mean, if they're trying to prove to people the fandom can be toxic, it's working. I mean, yeah. I mean, and that's. I mean, obviously you got to be a little wary when it comes to that stuff. I mean, we're always going to have optimism and hope that someday it can, but I know there's some people that are just like every day are banking, and every little thing that comes out, they're like, oh my God, what are they trying to, they're trying to say something. And it's like, it gets to be a little too much. And one of the things that Jay Oliva was saying was the fact that it's like, hey, celebrate the W, which is a lot of us have said that, just celebrate the fact that we got the Snyder cut out. And then it's just like, yeah, you guys gotta relax. Relax. Thank you, Patton. Evening. Woman King seems so interesting for many reasons. Yes, for sure. Exactly. Maybe one day we'll try to get him, but I know he doesn't make too many appearances. I don't know if he'd want to make an appearance, but oh man, I remember on Justice Con he was doing great. Teen Titans Go was great. Zach killed it. The animators still kill. Oh, I know, man. The fucking Teen Titans against Darkseid scene was amazing. That shit was amazing. I mean, sadly, I haven't seen the episode in its entirety because I don't have cable, so I couldn't watch it. And I have Fubo TV right now for like a trial thing, but sadly Cartoon Network wasn't on it, so I couldn't watch it. So I've been watching the clips online. So I've seen probably about half the episode. I love the fact that when they show up, he's working out in his office, and he goes 300. I'm like, of course he's doing 300 reps, right? Yeah. So yeah, I know I'm a bad fan. Hey, I tried my best. It's okay. I still supported, still doing that. And I saw the end too, where they all get the Snyder cut, the little Snyder cut. which, my little, well, not that guy, but, I was like joking around that my little superhero exclusivo dude kind of has that haircut. Yeah. They're only 10-minute. Oh, they're only 10-minute episodes. That's right. They're short. What did I think it was all 15 minutes? Never mind. I probably saw 5 minutes then. I probably saw half of it. I forget that they're short episodes. Yeah, that's right. Because I never really, I need to actually catch up. I think I've talked to Scott about this too. I think he's talked about it. And I always mean to I'll probably go down the rabbit hole sometime this weekend because they're great. They're absolutely fantastic. So, all right, let me go ahead and start sending out some of these invites, get some people in here. But yeah, all good things. All right, let's see. Where am I at here? Open. Okay, cool. Got somebody in here somebody's going to join you who hasn't been on for a little bit. So that's cool. All right, sending them out. Go, gadget. That. All right, hold on. Boop. All right. Who else we got? I think that's pretty much all of them. Oh, yeah. And then get right there. Okay, cool. All right. You already got, man. It's already starting off pretty awesomely here. Got 3 people already backstage. Okay. Let me go ahead. I don't even have this set up on my laptop yet. Bolt. All right, here we go. Cheers, everybody, again. Take a drink. Okay, shh, don't do that. Are the Giants still losing? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they're still losing, as they do. All right. Let me set up my tweet here. Okay. I got 3 people in here. Hold on. And all right. Oh, come on. @ have joined the stream. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's see. Make sure we got things going here. Gotta get it all set up. Get the names out there. All right. Get that. All right. First off, we got Mr. Jordan Chainsaw Reacts. We got Andre Nick.
Hey.
How's it going, guys? And then we got Scott. Of course, Mr. Scott McCullen. What is going on over there?
Red light.
There you go.
You have a power outage happening?
John
No, you
Constantine,
can't.
asshole.
I'm all dummy. Like, you got a power outage going, knowing that you're using power to be on this thing. Jeez, that's
Look at that.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
Dun, dun,
Where'd you
dun.
get that?
This was my birthday present this year from my Squadcast crew. So
I think you told me about something like that.
It's a light. Oh, wow, that's really cool.
That's
Dude,
cool.
you got to send me a link or something, man. I might need that in my life. That could be like over here. I don't know. Yeah. If you have a link to that,
I'll see because look, it's got 3 settings. It's off, on, and pulsing.
Pulsing?
Pulsing is badass. I like the pulsing.
Say that again.
On the light,
Andre?
that is. On the light. On the light.
Jeez. That just said somebody get that drop. I like the pulsing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go into
Go into hibernation mode right there.
Go into portrait mode, yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you guys for joining. Jordan's been a little bit. How's it going, sir? Nice shirt, of course.
Oh, of course, always.
Yes.
Okay.
Rocking the
Had to wear mashed
Rock-
puppets. Yep.
yes. Best album, the best one,
best.
in my opinion, at least. How's it going, Andre? How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just a lot of crazy stuff happening this week, but it's all good.
Yeah, it is all good. And Scott,
Dude.
we're gonna tell scary stories. I
I know.
mean, what's going on? Is this
Every
the
time you
Midnight
talk,
Society?
Every time
Midnight
you talk,
Society?
just light a match and go, so guys. When you're done talking, blow it out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Give me a second. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just maybe he's the one pulsating. Anyways,
He gets the light switch.
yeah. Thank you, Brian, for the $5 super chat. Scott wasn't first. all is not right in the world. Well, yeah, you know what? Technically, yeah, the other two beat him. The other two beat him. You know, but that's probably my fault because I was going down the row of my messages, and he got his third. So they all kind of came in at.
I was just waiting because I finished up with my show on my channel, and like I walked into the bedroom there, and I walked in, and she was out. She was sleeping.
So you're like,
let's do this. So I shut the light off and moved some stuff out of the way, and the dog's in there. I had to shut the door.
That was the green light. The green light is when she's out. You're like, oh, I'm gone.
Well, yeah, because sometimes when I get done, then I go back there and she's like awake because I don't know. I just don't know.
Check your mic too, there, Andre. You might be running on a different mic, just like I was at the beginning of this, because you're not sounding loud.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
Nah, one of these days, I'll get a ring light like a proper YouTuber.
Yeah, that's the thing better.
You know, instead of the nice, beautiful fluorescent lights. Because I'm gonna tell you, I occasionally like just pop and like watch like the first 5 minutes of some of our Fanimated stream episodes, and I'm like, dude, I look like shit. I mean, seriously.
You look fine.
Well, it's easy when I'm a smaller square, but when it's just like the two of us, it's like, dude, this
a little too close.
Well, it's the 720. It's like the 720 camera on a.
Yeah.
Explain to me why a MacBook Pro still only has a 720 FaceTime camera on it. I mean, seriously.
How old is it?
Oh, remember I bought this after Callum.
That's right. After
Callum killed my last laptop with the beer.
It's true. It's absolutely true. Yeah, that's weird. I'm wondering. I think you might be right. I don't know if I think mine's probably 720 as well.
Question, Dave. What kind of camera do you use?
I use a Canon EOS type camera. So yeah,
I'm using
not a POS, an EOS.
Not a POS.
EOS. Yeah, no, it's very much not a.
The light that's coming on my face, besides the light being on here, is my monitor.
I see your glasses. Yeah,
like that's what it's the stereo monitor. You know,
it's same with mine. You could see mine. I have my my LED lighting. You know, I don't have normal lights, so
because I have my laptop here, and then I bought this exterior monitor because like I needed it because it was a pain in the ass to do videos where it's like I can't actually see on OBS if it's actually lagging or not if I'm having frame rate issues. I'd have to just full screen my thing and go, I'm hoping it's recording. I'm hoping it's right. It's not screwing up.
Yeah, looks good to me. But how's your guys' weeks?
Long.
Still going.
Don't all sound excited.
No, I'm going to tell you, Dave. Again, I'm sacrificing movies for you. By the way, I had a ticket to go see how they run tonight, and I said, no, he's got a panel show. But I mean, I watched the Teen Titans Go episode, and the Keanu Reeves. Fuck the haters. Even though I love some of the haters, but fuck the haters. I enjoy the Keanu Reeves John Constantine movie. So you know what?
That's a good movie. I
it's
actually
aged
watched
better.
Yeah, no, I started to watch it again today when I saw the Variety or the Deadline article saying how they're going to make a sequel to it 17 years later. And I started watching it, and that opening scene where that girl's possessed. I was like, dude, this is awesome. I was like, this is badass.
It is really good. I don't think your mic's still on.
No, your mic's still fixed.
Yeah. The whole time, me and Scott are just like,
oh, you know what? It's not. I picked
no, it's not. No. Hey, I called Dave out earlier. It's like, no. Once again, beauty being a podcaster.
How was that?
I hear.
Yes, there you go, Andre. You're good now.
I picked my other webcam, which I don't even use. I don't even know why.
Yeah. StreamYard. Gotta love it. But anyways, no, yeah, that movie's it's when you rewatch it, you really go like, yeah, this movie is really good, you know,
but that Lucifer scene at the end is just it's a chef's kiss. And it's still amazing to me the people I see is like, yeah, haven't seen it yet. I'm like,
do yourself a favor.
Where you been? I mean,
17 years ago, right?
17 years.
I tweeted about it. When I tweeted about it, somebody commented saying, is this connected to Matt Ryan's Constantine? I'm like, no, this is because the person's like, I said, it's not connected at all to any of that stuff. And he's like, well, what, like, because I guess he thought I was offending him or something. He's like, what, dude, I haven't seen it. I didn't even know about it. I'm like, if you're a DC fan, you would have came across it at some point, somewhere, that they made a Constantine movie. And like, I get it because you're used to Constantine from Matt Ryan, but no, It's a very different interpretation. It's very It's way
and
before Matt Ryan.
It still holds. I mean, Francis Lawrence, which I was so happy to hear that they're still planning on bringing him back as the director.
Yes.
Because I mean, he's done great. I mean, he directed. He didn't direct the first Hunger Games movie, but he directed Catching Fire, and I think
better.
Oh yeah, it was better. And then he also did Red Sparrow. He's the one connected
Red
to
Sparrow,
yeah, because he and Jennifer Lawrence kind of like she basically said, I want you to do this movie, and he's connected to the BioShock project at Netflix.
Wow, is that a series? That's a series, right?
I think it's a series.
I think so too.
They're really jumping in with the video game adaptations. Over there.
I'm all about some BioShock, so I'm just bring it on.
They're also doing Horizon Zero Dawn over there, and the thing is, the question is, when are they ever going to do Legend of Zelda live action? What is that ever?
Oh God! Okay. Question. Your Zelda game, go.
Surprisingly, the first one I played was Link. The second one, first, and then I played the first one, and then I played the third one, and then that was about it.
I played a couple. I don't know which one I'd pick though.
I know exactly which one I'd pick, so I'm just kind of curious.
It's like a thing to where people just keep referencing that, like, why haven't they done a live action Legend of Zelda? Like, that's because Nintendo's very.
I remember the cartoon back in the day.
God, that thing!
Yeah.
Oh, the one that was always the Friday episode of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show.
Yeah. Excuse me, princess. Is what
oh God!
That was always. Me and my brother used to say that to each other. Then we said it to our mom, and we probably didn't say it too much times after that. You don't say that to your mom.
You do know that the exact same voice cast made one guest appearance on Captain N the Game Master.
No shit.
Yeah, they did a version of the Link, the Zelda 2 story.
Oh, really?
Captain N the Game Master. Absolutely.
The reason why I like Link better because it was not above, it was the
side scrolling.
The side scroller. I just like that better. I don't know. It was just something about it that even though I found it kind of weird that you literally had to find the magic to stab upwards or downwards. It's amazing that you had to find in order for him to stab his sword upwards or downwards. It was just kind of funny to me, but
A Link to the Past is hands down my Zelda game. Super Nintendo.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I did play that one.
That one was fabulous. That was also the year that Nintendo Power did that all year long serialized graphic novel adaptation of the game. So you had to get like all 12 issues of Nintendo Power that one year to get the entire story. And then I remember I put down the money because then in the Nintendo Power store, they finally made like a trade paperback graphic novel and collected all the parts. Because I remember I didn't start getting a subscription until issue March or April that year. So for the longest time, I never knew what the first 2 or 3 parts of the story were because I picked up in the middle of it.
Yeah. Who's the big baddie in Zelda? What's his name?
Ganon.
I knew it started with a G. I was like, Gallagher? I was like, that's not right.
Gallagher.
He wasn't smashing watermelons at Link.
What if he did, though? What if he did?
That'd be pretty sweet. So if he did. But we got somebody else coming in right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Mr. Travis.
Yeah, I was going to say, I figure we're figuring that's Travis's drop right now. So
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. What's going on? How you doing?
Not much. Happy Friday to everybody. Hope everyone's doing well.
Happy Friday.
Sure.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it's Friday.
We started off talking about Constantine, I should say. It's so hard to, because even when I was you're watching Sandman and Constantine, I'm just like, it's hard for me to just say it like that. I've been saying Constantine for decades.
I still love the fact haters. Shut your mouths for a second. But when the CW did Crisis on Infinite Earths, and there was that great scene where Matt Ryan's Constantine ended up on Earth 666 with Tom Ellis's Lucifer, and Lucifer kept calling him Constantine the entire scene. It was great.
Yeah, Constantine. whatever, I don't care. And then he just kept moving on. Like he doesn't care.
What a time that crossover was. I remember that whole like 6 months to 8 months of people getting announced, all this stuff like, oh, this person's in, and
it didn't age well.
It was what it was.
It didn't age well.
I enjoyed it for the most part. But
I guess I'm the Arrowverse guy here, so whatever.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you're the resident expert.
I will accept it. I got so excited because they're like announcing all these people, and they're like Tom Welling. Holy shit! Okay,
oh,
and I forget the actress's name who's coming back from the horrible Birds of Prey show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! And literally,
hey, there's some good. This is the thing. Okay, this is
here we go. Here we go.
This is a conversation I want to have because, like, when people complain about something like Teen Titans Go, because you know how many people like dogpile on Teen Titans Go, and then suddenly they love this one episode, and it's like, no,
I've always liked the show. I think
I've literally been there since day one. But I think it comes from kind of what you're talking about. Like when you grow up in a certain era, we just watched whatever came out, and we just we accepted it.
You didn't get to pick and choose like today. Like
no, so it's like your palette was a little broader, only because you were like, this is what I've got.
Yes.
And
there's nothing else.
There's nothing else.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Birds of Prey show is not great, except for when you finally got to like the last 2 or 3 episodes. It's like once they were canceled, they were like, oh, now we're going to actually like,
let's go for it.
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Same with the Flash 90s show. They finally started getting into some actual Flash villains at the end.
Yes, they did.
Right?
Yes,
they did, huh?
So, I remember as a kid watching that. I was like, God, this is so badass.
The only thing I remember from the Birds of Prey show is just Dina Meyer as Barbara, and I was
Barbara.
Like,
oh yeah.
I remember. Don't they have? Because it's been
a
long time. Don't they have like a shadowy shot Joker voiced by Mark Hamill or something?
Yes,
like
in the
that?
pilot. Yes, they do. Yeah,
that's all I remember.
They got somebody in the Keaton suit.
Yeah, right.
Batman.
Yes, they did. Yeah, which is really funny because if you watch the unaired pilot, because they had to redo they reshot and recut the pilot because they recast Harley Quinn.
Oh.
And if you got, I remember, I think it was around the time that like Superman Returns came out. When they finally released the complete series on DVD, which I will totally admit to having. Of course.
Surprised they didn't pull it out right now.
Well, I wasn't planning on having a conversation about 2000s Birds of Prey.
It comes up once every year.
Yeah, he wasn't planning on pulling it out.
But the unaired pilot actually has that sequence at the beginning of the pilot that's like the history is actually intercut through the episode in the unaired pilot as like traumatic flashbacks for Barbara throughout the episode. Cool. And like the boyfriend she ends up having, she actually breaks up with him in the unaired pilot. Like that already happened. I was like watching the unaired pilot going, guys, this was better. Like, why didn't you go with this instead?
And what was crazy about the Batgirl costume is they essentially used the Batman and Robin Batgirl costume, but they recolored it.
They made it look like an actual Batgirl costume.
Yes,
what they
it
did.
Looked great.
Yeah,
it looked great. It wasn't just all like that dark navy blue or whatever the hell it was. It actually had it was like a little purpley blue, and then it had the yellow like bat symbol
on it.
Everything, man.
It wasn't
bad.
It
looked really good.
Even there's a trending tweet today or sometime this week about Chris O'Donnell's suit from Batman Robin. It's like if you remove the nipples and a few tweaks, it's like that's a great Nightwing suit.
Nightwing suit.
It looks good. I still like that suit a lot, even with nipples. It works.
Looks really good. Like the texturing and the way it moves. I was like, this is actually a really cool suit. And yeah, like Scott was saying, it's the Nightwing suit, which I was like, wow, that's really cool that they actually did that as opposed to giving him like a. Because in the first one where he appeared in Batman Forever, he had the traditional Robin suit.
He had the Tim Drake, basically the Tim Drake suit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was really cool.
And then his first mission, he has like the Grayson suit on, which I don't care. Like that movie, say whatever you want. That is one of my favorite Batman Robin moments of all time. When the rubble falls on Batman, the music's quiet, it's dead. No sound. It's just like, oh, Batman's dead, and then just that hand and that score is being down, and then smash cut to Val Kilmer, like, what are you doing, you fucking idiot?
And then he's just going off, and then he drops like the night. He's all Batboy, Nightwing. And all of us nerd boys are like, He said it. He
But
said
that
Nightwing.
moment, if he was just a little younger, that is like a perfect Batman and Robin moment. That saving of him and just the way it's shot and the music, it's just such a good
Elliot
moment.
Goldenthal Elliot Goldenthal understood the assignment for the music.
Oh,
in that
really
movie.
good. Yeah. I know we talked about the soundtrack a few months ago, but like even just the score is damn good and forever. I love it. It's
yeah. The only thing, like when it comes to him being younger, when it comes to him being younger, I mean, I will say that yes, I mean Chris O'Donnell was like essentially like what 28 or something.
Oh yeah,
he
was like 27, I think, or something.
You can't be out there on your own, kid.
So when the Graysons die, I mean, yeah, the scene would have had a little bit more weight to it if it was like the kid. You see that shot. You know, that awesome shot.
Yeah, where he's
like,
looking down on them.
Yeah, and then it kind of zooms up like that, and then you get like the look. I mean, if it was a kid, that would have been totally just rip out the heartstrings.
Yeah.
But you know,
which I get it for that
did
era.
good.
Yeah,
he did good with his freaking sideburns and earrings.
No, the earring. The earring was like
yeah.
The earring was like a mole. It was like a bad mole. I just kept on
remember
looking
the
at
earring.
the entire movie.
But like horror movies back then, when all the 90, like all the 20-year-olds are in their like 30s, mid 30s, like that doesn't really take me out of it because like that was the time, right? And I can watch Batman Forever and still like trick myself, be like, okay, he's just like at a high school kid, and at that point, still you'd be, if you didn't have a job, no family, you'd still be in a pretty bad situation, even if you were graduated. Like I got nothing and stuff like that. But and even O'Donnell, he looked pretty young. I feel like they did a good job. Like let's try and get the youngest looking 30-year-old out there. You know, so
I think for its time, it was fine. I mean, if you would have replaced him with a younger actor, I think it would have been like, what the hell? Like it wouldn't have seemed as believable, even though I mean, obviously it's not that believable.
People would have started questioning things.
Plus, it's not like nowadays where we have this plethora of like fucking amazing kid actors. You know, like back in the 90s, if you had a kid actors, you're lucky if they're just fine. If it wasn't Macaulay Culkin or Elijah Wood, it was very iffy on like where
or if they weren't someone who had been in a Steven Spielberg movie.
Yes,
Spielberg can cast a kid actor.
He got Christian Bale. He got Christian Bale as a kid, right?
Yeah, he did for 1942.
Yeah, Jesus.
Henry Thomas
Jonathan
Elliott,
Taylor
Thomas,
Thomas, you know, JTT, he was big time.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of those.
all the
it probably would have went to him because he had the moxie, the attitude, you know, and who knows?
Can you imagine that? Jonathan Taylor Thomas as Dick.
What happened to him? He grew up and it was like, oh, see you later.
He said, "Screw that." You know what? He said he walked away from acting. He got like a degree in like Harvard or some shit.
He's getting those home improvement checks and just like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to do anything. Syndication was a nice thing in the 90s, you know.
Well, he disappeared. I should say he disappeared. He wasn't on television anymore. I thought he went the way of what's his name, Balthazar Bratt. You know, from Despicable Me Part 3. You know, the guy who was a child actor and then got rejected by Hollywood. I was like, maybe he's a villain now. I don't know.
Nah, I think but he showed up in something later on. I forgot what it was. I thought it was something on CW or what was before CW.
UPN.
Yeah, I could have swore he showed up on something.
He'll probably cameo. They're doing some reality show with Tim Allen, and I always forget the other guy's name from Home Improvement. But
Richard Kern or something. Richard Kern. Yeah,
but they're doing like a reality show where they're like actually trying out tools and stuff like that. So I guarantee you'll have like I already saw some cast members pop up in that. But whoever did that, smart idea, and it's called Tool Time. So like it's that way of like it's skirting, I think, like getting sued, but you can't get sued exactly. Like they're very smart with it. Like the set looks kind of like it, but not exactly. So
that's pretty cool that they did that.
That is kind of cool. Okay.
Yeah. All right, we got somebody else in here.
Blah blah blah. Fake. Fucking fucked.
Mr. KC.
Maybe that's Steven. That's Steve. That's a drop for Steven. I mean,
no, that's a drop for Garza if he ever shows up. Really. Yeah. Look at that. He's got the graphic right there. Of course, your name's covering it.
Yeah, I didn't think about that before, but now
it's all good. It's all good.
Just scoot him over, you know.
Yeah.
Dave, I've got to figure out some way to let you see the full. But yeah, it's only a 10-minute episode. Like,
I always forget that they're short episodes. So I probably saw most of it because I saw like 2-3 minute clips online. So I saw where they first show up to the office and he's working out, and of course he goes.
Once you get to the office, like you've only got like 2 minutes. Like Zach,
okay.
I hate that. Spoilers for people who haven't watched the episode yet. I know because okay. Let me go ahead and address all the questions I've been getting all day. No, you cannot buy it. No, you cannot stream it. Literally, right now, as it stands, unless you have a cable subscription that includes Cartoon Network, you are fucked. I am sorry.
Yeah, I tried to stream it. I downloaded the Cartoon Network app and logged in, and I still couldn't find it. All they had was like last season's episodes. I was like, oh, great.
Well, actually, no. If you go, here's the, actually, Andre, if you go to the Cartoon Network app and you do log in as you have a cable subscription, it will actually get you all the way up to the last episode 50, and this is episode 51 of season 7. So
it gets you right up there, and then you're like, oh.
Yeah, it teases you, and no, sorry.
Yeah, I was hoping that I was gonna, because I have a Fubo TV or something like that, like trial thing that's
Fubo?
that I'm using. Yeah, Fubo TV. It's like streaming TV. It's got like
Quibi.
Yeah, it's kind of that's kind of like YouTube TV, but whatever. But it doesn't have Cartoon Network, and I was like, ah, damn it. And so I was like, okay. But then, like I said, it was just most of it was online. So
which I understand that, but also part of me is like, but if you can, you record it on your DVR, you get, I mean, this is broadcast television, so ratings matter. So it's but I'm looking for, I was able to record it on my in-laws DVR, so I watched it like immediately after work. I drove to I literally called my mother-in-law and said, insert name of my mother-in-law, and it'd be like, hey, I need to drop by and watch a cartoon if you don't mind. And she handed me, I walked in with a pizza. She handed me a glass of red wine, and I sat in their bathroom, because that was bathroom TV, and ate my pizza and drank my wine and watched Zack Snyder on Teen Titans Go. I had quite the interesting afternoon today.
And they're like, who married our daughter? Like, what?
Yeah, you're like, wait a minute. This is the guy who married our daughter? Jeez.
No. As soon as I said Zack Snyder was in the episode, my mother-in-law went, okay, I get it.
Yeah. See, even the name gets to the in-laws. See, even they know who Zack Snyder is. But
I have been part of the family for 30
Yes, true,
years.
and they realize all that stuff, of course, which is great. But no, from what I saw, Zach nailed it. It was freaking great. It was hilarious, and
I was actually impressed. I mean, they've had a lot of celebrity voices. I mean, I can't tell you how many times Marv Wolfman and George Perez showed up on that show playing themselves.
Cool.
And it's so adorable, especially now that George has passed. It's just it's great to go back and watch those episodes. But and this is not me being a fanboy. This is me listening to he actually gave a performance.
Yes,
which is kind of nice. Even the other surprise cameo, which some people already dropped, is like, no, come on, don't spoil that. We didn't know that was going to happen.
Oh, I know. Yeah, that was a little bit of a surprise. We don't have to say that one, but
no, I'm not. I haven't even said that one because
no, we don't have to say that one. But I mean, that was pretty cool too. When I saw that clip, I was like, oh wow. See, they went for it. They went for it.
Hard.
They went hard for it. I mean, there was the whole scene, the whole Flash, and Wonder Woman, seeing the sewer scene. They redid. I mean, I was pretty impressed. I was like, oh man, I didn't think it was gonna go this hard when it came to the whole meta of it. Everything I love.
They actually reference every one of Zack's movies, unless I missed something. Which I might have. The only one I didn't see a reference to was Sucker Punch, but literally every other Zack movie is mentioned or referenced or homaged at some point in the 10 minutes.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, I just love it when he right off the bat, he's working out. But yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is Zach's a funny dude. He's the Jimmy Kimmel thing, the Stephen Colbert thing was great. Mm-hmm. And I remember him talking about how he was nervous about all that and blah, 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 which it's understandable. But I mean, even though he's the Mr. Director or creative guy, he could pull off some acting. He could do some stuff like that. And I like it when he makes fun of himself too.
Well,
that's the thing.
That's the thing. Mm-hmm. It's especially with all the Slay Oliva stuff that happened this week. It's
oh man, we'll talk about.
You do realize the man has a very self-deprecating sense of humor, right? I mean,
we all do. Yeah.
I mean, how many times has he appeared in things and he's making fun of himself? He has at any auteurs, because I mean, there's other directors that get mentioned in this episode, and they're making and they're making fun of them too. Like it's what the show does is. And people are like, it's a baby show. It's like, no, watch one of these episodes. I literally just got finished watching a crossover episode with Freakazoid.
God, I love that show.
And David Warner was in the episode.
No,
David Warner was in the episode because he voiced a character on Freakazoid back in the day.
Jeez, I know his voice would show up every now, like just random, and so distinct too. And you just go, "Yep, that's what's his name." Of course, back then I didn't know his name. It's like Turtle
It's
Shot.
so cool. It's
yeah, that guy. But yeah, I mean, he did a great job, and it was perfect. It was really perfect. I like how he tweeted about it and all that stuff, and yeah, it was good. It's very well done. I would say, the recent cameo that we got on Harley Quinn was also funny, but not as good. Not as good with James Gunn. James Gunn did all right, but
that was.
I'm not trying to ban anybody together.
No, but no, that was actually fun because it was an ongoing bit with Clayface. Like that. Yeah. The fact that it kept on going over a few episodes, that's what made it kind of hilarious.
I think he has something on the next one as well. Like he posted about it. So he might have something more. It's not over yet.
Okay.
It's not over yet.
It's not over.
For you fans that hate James Gunn, it's not over yet. He's just getting started.
No, but it's good. Hopefully it'll be more, if he does more. And it's funny too, because it's like, I love the fact that this was like an idea that they had, and they just, in the way that it all played out and the way that the episode played out. And then of course, when they all got their Snyder cut haircuts, and then he was all basically like, nothing I can do about it. And he's just kind of like, sorry, it's like, can't do anything with that or something like that. It was pretty good way to.
I still love Starfire. Can you not fix it in the post production?
And he literally said, no, it's unsalvageable.
It's unsalvageable.
Which was a stab. I would say that was a little bit of
that was a stab. So like, why is it the raining? Because it makes everything more dramatic.
I always love that part because that was in the Stephen Colbert sketch as well. Like everything just goes less saturated and dark, and it starts raining, thunder, lightning, everything.
But it was cool to see that in like animated form, and it's funny because like even that scene against Darkseid, I like took some screenshots of it and then I sent it over to our animator and I was like, this is the terrain, like this is the where this other scene we're working on takes place, just to get a better idea of like what it should look like. Yeah, I was like, well, let's use this as a reference as well. Like, oh, yeah. But no, it was really cool to see it in animated form. And then it's funny because people were out there saying like, hey, this is a great example of how an animated version of his story would look. And you still have people out there saying, no animation. Like, why not? Like, that'd be badass.
Well, and they were also using the character designs, not from the current animated movies, but like that Darkseid and that Raven and that Cyborg, that was like Apocalypse War. Like I was here going, oh, those are like the Phil Rosa designs. I know these designs.
Yeah, I love that. Those movies are amazing. Like I watched all of the animated ones, so I loved that design came back.
Oh yeah, that was. But there was But once again, it was like as you're watching this episode, if you're a Zack Snyder fan, you would just kind of go, "Oh my god, they just did that! Oh my god, they just did that!" So by the time that like Robin like closes his eyes and and starts dreaming, and then I saw the hand go down and grab the dirt.
Yeah,
I was literally there going, fuck me. Yeah. Wow. They're really going for this.
When you
see the hand hit the dirt, I was like, wow,
that was the coolest part. But the funniest part I thought was the tunnel sequence. Like, there were multiple jokes in that. Yeah. The Flash one. That was so funny. But then even after that, the water came in and you hear the engine.
Oh, you're Robin.
Yeah. It's just like, it's all dramatic. It's all dramatic, and then it just goes. Like that. It's just you weren't gonna stop. You're not Aquaman, buddy.
Yeah.
God, no.
It's just going. He's directed the Batman. He's directed Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and the Aquaman with the handsome Jason Momoa. Like, it was funny watching Starfire like totally be like drooling over Jason Momoa.
Swooning over that. And I like those versions of the when they showed the animated versions of them. I was like, hey, there you go. There's some cool animations. Of course, I didn't mention the Flash, but hey, didn't think
Flash
they would.
and the Cyborg one was funny because they already have a cyborg. So
I know that's kind of like, it's like, yeah, it's like, how do you handle that part of it? Do you mention that there's the other cyborg or not? I guess not, but then when they had him in that in the full-on animation, I was like, looks very much kind of like Ray Fisher cyborg. So
it would have been funny if when that part started, he suddenly the costume changed to the Ray Fisher cyborg one, and he's confused. Why did this happen?
Because Carrie Payton's the voice actor who does Cyborg. Because he was also, if you watch The Walking Dead, he was the king. In Walking. Yeah, he was there. So because I remember watching Walking Dead, going, fuck me, I know that voice. Why do I know that voice? I went, oh, Cyborg. Okay, good to know.
No, but good episode, and I mean, it should be on HBO Max. What, a couple weeks?
Because HBO. Okay, once again, let's talk about what Scott's been tweeting about today. Okay, this is episode 51 of season 7. Right now, you can only on iTunes or Vudu, you can only purchase up to episode, I think 24 or 27, and then on HBO Max they only go up through like 35. So I don't know when HBO Max is going to update, or when digitally they're going to release the second half of season 7. So I don't know. It's because I usually just buy the seasons for Teen Titans Go, and I just watch them on my Vudu account. Like, that's how I've been watching the show, between that and the movies that come out. Because once again, Teen Titans Go to the movies, hilarious. Will Arnett as Deathstroke is fabulous. You should all watch the movies. Will Arnett's amazing.
I just love that guy's voice. I mean, my God. Ever since what was that, Arrested Development? That was probably the first thing I saw him in. Maybe.
That was like his first major one, I want to say.
Yeah.
I think for me, the first thing was when he voiced Batman in the Lego movie.
Yeah, and then he did. God damn.
Because even before that, he was in a lot of other movies too, and like he was in like Blades of Glory.
Yes.
Because he's married to Amy Poehler. Yeah,
yeah,
and they played
they were brother and sister, but married in real life. That's what was funny about that.
He's like, dreams are in your sleep. He just said these stupid lines.
That was got that funny when he showed up in the BVS promotional video, holding a Lego Batman.
Yes, I remember that.
And they were all like, nobody cares about Lego Batman, and he just had to go.
Jimmy Kimmel, right? Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah,
because he kept going past as like Henry and Ben were talking to each other. It's like, you're Batman, you're Superman, and it's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, that's right. Yes,
that was so good.
That was a good bit. And then the bloopers were probably funnier because they could not keep a straight face with it. And I love it when like Ben's like, I normally don't do the voice. Did it in post. I was like, yeah, it's true. Yeah. And he was trying to do like the deeper kind of voice, but yeah, it was good stuff. But going back to Constantine, whatever you want to call it, tomato.
I feel like if Scott's here, we have to say Constantine.
No, hey,
he's gonna judge us. He's gonna be like,
he's an American in the Keanu Reeves movie. We can call him Constantine. It's fine.
There you go. Good point. Well, that's a good point right there. So yeah, because I think Matt Ryan's a good Constantine, whatever.
He's great.
He's great. And a lot of people, of course, when it came to the show that was going to be coming out, everybody was like, well, why don't you just use the guy you already have instead of just having a new one? I think he showed up in Harley Quinn this season also.
Yeah.
That's what was great. He also voiced him in Harley Quinn. So it's like, just keep it up. But then it was like, but again, JJ, what the hell were you doing this whole freaking time? Like,
I have no idea. That is an excellent question,
man.
That was such a random announcement. I was like, wait, what?
Guy was just sitting on stacks of money.
Is this real, or are we being, catfished here? Like, what's going on? I don't get it.
So I have a question regarding that, right? So he didn't make anything so far on that show.
No.
So what
Nothing.
is being shopped around? Like just the story?
Apparently,
so.
the Madam X and the Constantine show that they were trying to create for
They had
HBO Max being
scripts,
shopped
I
around.
think.
Yeah, they probably have scripts going on.
Because I was wondering if this project could be just turned into the Joanna Constantine one, if Netflix buys it. Can that be possible, or is just that they have to adapt this version?
I have no idea.
Well, they already cast the actor, right?
I thought, yeah, because I remember something
Oh.
about there was an announcement of a cast for
Yeah.
Constantine.
I don't know his name, but you know, I forgot.
I read in the Variety article that they had like gotten, or was it they had 4 scripts and they were like zeroing in on a lead. The Variety article that I read today was very fuzzy. Of course, I really didn't care because all I cared about was the Keanu Reeves getting a sequel.
Celebrating Keanu Reeves, yeah.
Like, I don't understand what the company buying this would be getting. Is it the script? Story?
JJ's name, I guess, like to be like executive produced by JJ, story, and
it's weird because they announced it like, oh, they're getting a sequel, then it's like, oh, but it's being sold off or whatever. It was just kind of like, what the hell is happening here? Like,
I mean, basically, what's
17
going on
years later now, I don't understand.
Well, we talked about it 2 years ago during San Diego Comic-Con when they had like the 15. It was because I remember it was a 15-year anniversary panel that they did at one of those YouTube comic. It was a San Diego Comic-Con at home deals.
All right.
And I was down for it because I mean, once again, we at that time we had like just revisited it on Squadcast Media's Patreon. I resent the link out. I resent the link out today going, hey, pay $5 a month to get you access to an exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content. And one of those is our review of Constantine. And what I loved about that review was, I think it was Jordan, Ray, Tim, and me. And we're all like, this is a damn good movie. Like, this is a really good movie.
I remember they threw out the sequels in development, but Scott, you have a list of Windows shit. You have a laundry list of just like
remember that was crazy.
But then it just kind of died off, and then so many times when Keanu Reeves was asked, he always talked about how he wanted to do it again and again.
He has a passion for that project.
He has a passion for it. I mean, and now that the Matrix franchise is probably done, it's wrapped up, and any more of that. It's like he probably played this into his 80s, which he ages very slowly, so he'll just still look like he's how he maybe a little rougher than he does now, but. Where was I going with this? I was So I know, right? Where was I going? Lost my train of thought.
How much you been drinking over there, Dave?
Oh man, I've already have half the bottle down. What are you talking about? I think obviously there was like that article that came out from THR earlier today.
Yeah.
So that was all about the financial problems that Warner Brothers Discovery has, which we all knew. It's not like we didn't know that. Yes, there's massive debt that they have that they inherited from the previous. I mean, that's the thing. And then of course, but then there was like all this stuff like, oh yeah, maybe they'll sell to Comcast and do all that.
Can I tell you that smells like bullshit to me?
It is. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
If anything, I just heard that and I'm just like,
no.
Stuff like this came out even when WB was at AT&T though. Like, comes out every time there's some misstep or something like that. The problem with this news is that Zaslav is just being honest in the news. Like, the previous regime did all this shit, and they always used to be like, everything is fine over here. We're just sailing smoothly. Everything is
it's fine. Everything's fine. How are you?
Fine. And then Zaslav came in and he was like, oh, the things that they submitted to us, the numbers, they are actually fake. And now we have to adjust that. So they were lying about
Yes.
Yeah.
So they were lying about everything. And now Zaslav is just being honest. Like, we have a problem and we are going to fix it. The previous regime never said that. They were like, everything's going fine. We have this plan, that plan. And none of them came into fruition.
You got directors calling them saying, "Hey, so who's Batman in this? Don't worry, we have a plan." Like, oh, all right, cool.
They say in their
I don't know.
they already paid back $6 billion in debt already, or something
like that. Maybe they said something like that. I don't know.
Amount of money that they
it was 1 billion. 1 billion.
1 billion?
God.
9 to go.
So they have.
I know. It's like,
I mean,
only $1 billion. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was more. Maybe it ended up being more. I don't know. But it's just, I mean, that's the thing. They inherited a mess. I mean, an absolute mess. I mean, and that's the thing. And now Zaslav's just being one of those. I mean, even though like he's hated, he really is. Even in the business, he's hated. And so I'm like, I mean, yeah. See, what people are making it sound like, oh yeah, he's just gonna like try to do whatever in 2 years and then hand it off to another company, like he's flipping a house. I mean, like what? Yeah. It's not
house
that
flipping. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, he's not doing that. Oh yeah, let me put up some wallpaper and some hardwood floor and make everything shiny.
Let me just get the debt down, and then I'm just gonna flip this thing. Like what? I don't.
Meanwhile, the foundation is crumbling.
Right.
Yeah.
To your point, though, I'm not an apologist, and I'm also not burn the witch in this. I'm kind of sitting back, going, okay,
you can't do that.
Block them.
You have to pick a side.
Kick them.
No, I don't
pick a side.
No, I don't.
You gotta be the aggressor.
Has he cut some stuff that I have been like, what the fuck? Yes. I mean, there's been things that I've been like, killing my darlings, as it were, or stuff that I'm like, but I want to watch. Selfishly, it's like, but I want to watch that. And so, but then there's also part of me that goes, well, if the situation is as bad as we're being told it is, and he's the boss, it sucks, but it sucks. And like, it's like, what?
It just sucks.
It just sucks. And so like, if your job is to make the company liquid again, it's like, there's a part of me that just kind of goes, okay, that fucking sucks. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't great. But if you want the company to survive, what other choice do you have? So we're just in a steaming pile of suck, and no matter what happens, not everybody's going to be happy, and we just have to accept that.
And go see Black Adam in October.
Yeah.
So there are two.
You want to help Zaslav? Go see Black Adam as many times as you can.
What were you about to say?
Well, I was going to say, like, the idea of like, okay, they're gonna sell Warner Brothers in 2 years to somebody else. Who's gonna buy it? And they're probably not going to get
someone will buy it.
Yeah, someone would buy it, but they would pay less than what was already paid just now by Discovery to get it, because in 2 years it's not going to change. It's not going to be a massive difference, because by the time 2 years rolls around, all the films from the past regime is already out.
Yeah,
and they're still in development of other stuff that they're now doing. And Zaslav just said 10-year plan. Well, if there's a 10-year plan, you wouldn't sell it in 2 years. Like, they already knew.
It's the same concept as like, you tell people what they want to hear. And that's what he did. Well, we got a 10-year plan.
Yes, that's right. And
then the people that tell people what they want to hear were, they ran with it. And it's kind of like, okay, hold on. Look, the concept is there should be a
10-year plan.
We're gonna make a 10-year plan, but he's like,
we're about to hire a head of DC Studios, and that's never happened. And that's really bit them in the ass too.
I'm not on the same bandwagon of, in 2 years I don't think they'll sell. I'm not saying they will, but it's like since 2017, the never say never. Oh, this won't happen. Like you got the Snyderverse, Batgirl just got fucking canceled, locked away. Like I could believe if you were telling me, in 2 years NBC's gonna buy and be like, yeah, that could track because Comcast. Remember, they also tried to get Fox before Disney did, so I still feel like they kind of want to get in the superhero game, and no better way of for Zaslav and company it would suck, but for Universal or Comcast to get DC at a cheaper rate than it was 4 years ago, absolutely they do that. Tons of people do that. So I still think it's very possible, because who knows what if more of these movies don't do well, it's a bigger hole, and there's like, hey, what can we at least salvage from this? That was the same pitch from Batgirl, right? What can we salvage as far as money wise?
Tax write-off. But that's the thing, is that like I almost hope that they don't sell it off, because if they do sell it off, then all of a sudden it'll be like, whoever the fuck is in charge of Comcast. He's gonna restore the Snyderverse.
It's the whole thing over again.
It's a cycle.
It's a whole cycle. It's
If
insane.
Comcast buys WB and they have control to DC stuff, then we'll definitely see a Fast and Furious crossover with
And
Batman.
minions. You're gonna see so
And
many
minions.
Batman minions and
Batman
DC
minions.
Batman
Batman
that's gonna sell like hotcakes when they make those Superman and Batman Wonder Woman minions. That's gonna make them tons of money. You know
If
it.
they
You
sell,
know it.
then they're gonna completely reboot. I mean, there's no way around it.
I think so.
You know,
yeah.
but
Vin
anything's
Diesel is
possible.
Lex Luthor. Oh,
Oh no!
no,
my family.
Billy
That's
Zane.
yours.
Like that's been good like 10 years ago, maybe.
Oh man,
That
yeah,
is-
Billy Zane would have been a good one.
He
a
would have
while
been
ago.
That
good.
is
I don't know
what Rock
how.
was planning. That is what Rock was planning.
Yeah,
Vin
think
Diesel-
so?
Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like when that article came out and I saw people talking about it, I was like, God, here it is again. And you better believe that, Zaslav was.
Don't do this to me.
I mean, he was just like another thing where it's like THR. So then they're probably like, what do we got that we could put out today? And I mean, and it's not like that. This is bullshit, and they just needed something to distract.
It's not
It's
Frosty.
probably something that they had in the bag that they were going to, release
Yeah.
later on. Who knows, this year?
I would
something
like
that,
to
but-
think that, Dave, but there is
Yeah, I
a
know.
part of me. I'm sorry.
I know.
Like I said, the
Yes.
last
I get it. We're
Yes.
damaged goods.
Yes, but once again, I have a list of announced
Yes,
movies
I know.
that
It's just
fucking
all
never
bad.
happened.
That's
So-
what
Alright,
I was gonna
so-
say. This sounds great in concept, but it's just like we don't know this. In 6 months from now, there could not be a peep and like, oh, remember when they announced Constantine 2 or Constantine, whatever
Yeah,
they say with
exactly.
Keanu Reeves? Like,
But the difference
Whatever
is
happened to
this
that
time, though,
project? Yeah.
the difference is this time is like they can't afford to fuck around really because there's a lot riding on a lot of things. So to release something like that, you're gonna have to like go forward with it. And not to mention it's smart. Everybody loves Keanu Reeves. People have been wanting this sequel. And I mean, and then it could very much start this dark universe that J.J. Abrams has been sitting on a fucking mountain of cash where he had done nothing with but wipe his ass with it.
Smart man.
So it's like, yeah, yeah.
he got paid $500 million just to take a vacation. Be like,
It's
yeah, I'm gonna do
crazy.
stuff.
They brought him
Yeah.
in. Everyone's like, "Oh man, he's gonna make all kinds of stuff," and he's made absolutely nothing. It's like,
Oh.
whoa,
It just reminds me of that episode of Seinfeld where George got like hired on a company. He had no idea what he's doing. He just sat in his office. And I'm like, it's totally like, what is that what JJ was doing? Maybe like writing, every now and again he'd write a word and just be like, yeah.
See, and depending what they do with reboot or
Katana.
soft reboot and stuff, like I still think there's even a chance you could put in Keanu Reeves in the DCU because you could easily try to retcon that in, especially if there's a new
That first
timeline.
movie fits, by the
Yes.
way. Like, watch
Yes.
the tone
But-
of that
but
first movie.
That's
It
the question,
fits.
though.
I
Do you
would
do
love
that?
that.
Do you try and fit his John Constantine into the DCEU?
I think so. Why
Or do
not?
you
Are you
make it its
kidding
own
me?
thing?
Fuck it, get
Are you
Keanu
kidding
Reeves
me?
and Ben Affleck in a movie together. You don't think
That'd
that
be
sells?
awesome.
You
That'd be
know, like-
awesome.
or even if it's
Especially in the
Gal or
Nightmare.
Momoa. Yeah,
The,
exactly.
Yeah, the nightmare
uh,
scene. Yeah.
Well,
The
hey,
J.L.
go-
Dark animated movie with Batman, that was badass.
Well, no,
I was
and
like,
going
dude.
back to the fact that Jay Oliva directed the Justice League Dark animated movie that
Yeah.
had
There it
Batman-
is. There it is. It's all coming together
Batman
now.
teamed up with Constantine, and that
See,
was
it's
Matt
all
Ryan.
fitting.
But
Oh, God.
All
you
fitting.
tell me,
We're creating a
Keanu's,
narrative.
you tell me, his Constantine is going to interact with Momoa's Aquaman. Fuck, I know I'm there
That'd be
day
pretty
one for
sweet.
most stuff, but it's like you put that on a poster, you get a media tour of just Momoa and Reeves doing media together and press. Like I think he's like you, Dave was saying, he's liked enough and he's a big star where you could pair him with anyone from the Justice League of that Trinity, even Momoa now, and I feel like you could have something. So I say why not put in the DCU. Don't
all
you
they
don't
need
have
to
keep
do-
it separate.
All they need
That's-
to do with this sequel is just start introducing some of the Justice League Dark characters.
Get
Start doing
Zatanna
that.
in
Yep.
there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
They've been talking
The
about doing this
biggest,
movie.
the biggest scene that would blow minds is if Keanu Reeves, John Constantine, meets up
You can
with
say Dean.
Perry White, played by Lawrence
Oh,
Fishburne.
Whoa!
Another reunion.
Yeah,
between
John
those
Wick.
two.
John Wick's like that's
John
our
Wick
thing.
and Morpheus.
See, I think
Spider-Man, GIF, they're all pointing at each other. Wait.
yeah.
I think
I think this announcement makes sense. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
Casey.
see?
I think this announcement makes sense because Zaslav has been saying that he doesn't want the big DC projects to go on streaming or be shows, right? So if they are planning to bring Constantine in the DCEU, this would be a move that makes sense from his perspective because he just wants, event films, theatrical event films and stuff.
Exactly.
Right? So Constantine not being a movie makes sense.
But and that's the thing too, is that like when you oh god, when you start hearing like people talk about like, oh, well then maybe Netflix can make
Justice League 2.
Don't go there.
Yeah. What were we gonna say, Jordan? You were gonna say something too?
I thought he was gonna say Dr. Fate because we have Pierce Brosnan. Fuck!
I love Keanu.
Pierce Brosnan is Keanu Reeves.
Oh my god!
In Black Adam, and I'm thinking if they make the movie,
I just got fucking goosebumps, dude.
You know what? Late. Give me that.
If the Black Adam had his cameo instead of Cavill's.
Black Adam's like, I can't wait to fight Constantine. It's gonna be the biggest fight in the fucking generation.
Who would you want Constantine to be in the DCEU if there was to be one person from them and to join Constantine too? Who would you want if you had to pick?
Who do you want him to beat?
No, who do you want him to meet? Like
you said it with Pierce.
Dr. Fate.
Dude, I want to see that.
Yeah.
Now I want to see, and I want them to know each other already because obviously they're older.
Match point.
That would be so sweet if like they like knew each other, but of course they're like obviously Constantine's always a dick.
Constantine needs help with something, and he goes to him, and like and you're not expecting it. They don't promote it. All of a sudden, Pierce Brosnan, and they're like sitting there like,
but by the way, let's also remember that. Let's also remember that we've got Desmond Hensu as the wizard in Shazam, and he was also Papa Midnight in the Constantine movie. I want to see it.
Well, that's right. He's
Papa Midnight.
Stuff. Yeah, that's right. Jesus. No, but I did not even think about a whole Dr. Fate like joining the movie. That would be sweet. And you already know that Pierce Brosnan he's like a favorite when it comes to Black Adam. People are like more Dr. Fate, please. And everybody
since
loves.
He was cast. I remember he was cast back when the Snyder cut was actually released. It was like the week after, and when we got that news, and we're all like, fuck, really? Pierce Brosnan?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
He never said anything against it, but I never put Pierce in like the DC or Marvel world. Like, oh, that's something he's gonna do. It's like he's always Bond to me, but when he popped up there, it's like great. And that always became my most excited thing about this movie. Unfortunately, I feel like he's gonna get killed in this movie because Rock's like, I can't have anyone bigger than me in this. So it's gonna be but man, no one's really
it would not surprise me if he died. I'd be like, well, okay.
I think he's dying for sure. I think
Pierce
was like, he's like, I don't know what my future is with these things. I take it one project at a time. Like he gave some quote where it's like, oh, they killed you, didn't they? But hopefully wrong.
They can bring him back. They can always bring anybody back.
As Luke Skywalker said, no one's ever gone.
It's the helmet, but still.
Travis, you're triggering me now.
I'll tell you right now, if they kill Dr. Fate and they kill Hawkman, I'm gonna get pissed. Like
Hawkman's safe. I think he's safe for sure.
Safe,
yeah.
I know, but
feel like
imagine if they did. You're like, oh, okay. There
it's just The Rock standing at the end of the movie. Every member is dead, and he's the only one. And it's like, I gotta save.
They would all die except for Cyclone.
Yeah,
she'd be alive. Yeah.
No, I think if Hawkman works, they go right to Hawkgirl, like that duo film.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
it works,
that'd be cool.
Dr. Fate, I think, will just leave the team. He will just go and join the jail dark. He doesn't belong in the JSA.
Yeah.
God, I
love
that
he goes,
jail.
I have to go meet a friend. Like
exactly.
Oh yeah.
Imagine if
Gordon should be leading the DC. He should be the DC head.
Yeah. There we go.
You have to write the 10-year plan.
Oh, guys, just had a thought because I'm still hoping for the air cut.
Who knew?
Dad Love is going to show up.
But you know what would be really awesome is there's some way they brought back in, because in the original Jail Dark comic book from the New 52, Enchantress was on the team.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think she's coming back, Scott.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not even taking shots. I feel like that person needs to get some help for a little bit.
Yeah.
So. That was a little interesting. If anybody, just
I knew nothing about it until yesterday. Nothing.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I caught wind of like Cara Delevingne might be not in the best of spirits right now. I was like really sad.
I just see pictures of Margot Robbie crying on my timeline. And I'm like, what is this?
Also, I don't know what this is because I just finished watching her in season 2 of Only Murders in the Building. So I don't know what the story is that you were referring to.
Okay, so basically, same as Travis. I saw something on my timeline that said Margot Robbie leaves hospital crying, and I'm like, after visiting Cara, and I was like, what? And then I typed in her name, and there's a video of Kara skinnier than she actually usually is.
Not doing well.
Looking really, really bad, and on the phone, and just walking around and being all erratic and weird.
It's just a bad time.
Was it the hospital? I thought it was the house.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it was
something like that.
I think it was a hospital because it looked like outside of a building. But
I wouldn't be surprised if something's going on. She can't go back for Only Murders season 3. I wouldn't be surprised if something's
so
up.
apparently, like a lot of people are thinking she's coming down from some kind of something.
Hopefully she's in a good spot.
But I thought she was going to be in the Ayer cut.
She isn't it?
No, I'm saying in the new scenes that they're going to shoot for her.
Oh,
there we go. That's right. Just like Amelia Clark was going to play what's her name?
Mara.
Going to play Mara.
Oh my god!
I hate that casting so much. Like,
I know I'm not. I was
why do we
fine
just want
with
to do
it.
the same thing again? Like, why do we?
Whatever.
It's one the Game of Thrones can. Why?
Yeah, but and she's in Secret Invasion, right?
She is. Yep.
There's a rumor of who she's playing. It's not confirmed. There's a rumor of who she's playing.
Yeah, because nobody knows exactly who she's playing, but
and Margot Robbie was leaving her home. I just read that.
Her home. So it is her home. It is her home. Okay. I love how it looks like you're smoking like something right there.
Yeah. He looks like a 1970s reporter. Like another nuke just hit, and he's like, I got bad news.
It's one of those candy cigarettes. Remember those?
Yeah. Not looking good.
We lost JFK today.
Back in the because then it would be because it actually would be something like this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Long
drag. It's not not because you gotta get the fact with the whole it was always it was like when Bogey would smoke. It was always like full hand to cover the mouth. Then it was and then you took it out, and then it was like the 2 fingers to pull it out. Like I watched way too many damn old movies to watch how they.
It's amazing how much they smoked back then. It was like Jesus Christ.
Like insane. Someone's getting high outside of my place because all I smell is this weed right now. My God.
He's getting a contact high. All of a sudden, Travis is giggling like a motherfucker.
I think if you watch Mad Men and the show Mad Men, they smoke like nonstop. You're just like, God, I want a cigarette. Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully she, I know some people were like, oh, it's for a movie. And I was like,
it's for a movie.
She's doing the Joaquin Phoenix still here a bit.
She's a method actor now.
Yeah, I was like, so hopefully she gets the help she needs because that did not look good. I
saw some pictures and I was like,
that does not look good. I was like, oh, she's always been pretty damn thin, and she's like unhealthy looking thin
there's
now,
layers,
like big time.
Yeah.
So hopefully she gets that help. But yeah, that was random. I had no idea, and then all of a sudden it was just like all over the place. I'm like,
it's a crazy week. There's a lot of just like random shit. Like I feel like the beginning of the week was quiet, but then it was just and all this.
The biggest thing like that at the beginning of the week was we had the CFO of Warner Brothers Discovery, where it was like one of those situations where it was like don't speak, because he was like, hey, the Batgirl cancellation coverage a little blown out of proportions. Like,
did you guys notice how he is he's being brought up so many times in these articles?
Yeah.
Well, wasn't he the guy? Wasn't he the guy that Brendan Fraser called to the carpet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said like, "Hey, he doesn't want to," and then praised Brendan Fraser too. He got an award. I can't
wait to see The Whale. I like that.
I can't wait, man.
That movie's gonna rip. I already know it's gonna rip my guts out. It sounds like it's just gonna be one of those where it's just you're gonna just walk up. It's just like because that's what I keep on hearing from the reviews. It's like there's nothing like. There's nothing super special about a lot of the film. It's all performance from the actors, especially Brendan Fraser. And I'm like, oh man, this movie's gonna just rip my guts out. I know it. And of course I loved when in the interview when him and his co-star was like saying like, what do you got next? And Brendan Fraser's just kind of looking, and he goes, I could tell like you could see the gears turning his head. He's all, how should I say this?
Yeah.
And then he nailed it. He goes, Batgirl. Oh. It's just like,
I love how he and Keaton both are just making fun of.
He's like, it must have been a good decision. I hope. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when are you going to be Batman again? He goes, maybe later tonight.
Yeah.
That was the funniest part.
Yeah, I just it was so funny because like when all that stuff was happening with Keaton, I was listening to a podcast some friends of mine do called Academy Rewind, and I'm like 2 years behind on the episodes, but the episode is when they're doing the year of the Oscars when Birdman won. So I was literally listening to them discuss Birdman as Keaton is like in the news again for winning for Dope Sick, and I'm just sitting here going, dude, Birdman really did like bring. Which is so meta about that movie.
It is when they hit him with all those questions, like when are you gonna be Birdman again? When you be, and then he goes to be Batman again. It's just like now watching it years later, it's like this is even fucking weirder, you know.
Which, by the way, which is a great thing. If you've not seen Birdman,
good.
Go see Birdman.
He was robbed of that Oscar. I know lots of people don't care about the awards, but he should have fucking won Best Actor that year.
I still remember him like starting to take to take the speech out, and then he loses to Eddie Redmayne for Theory of Everything.
It was fine. He was fine.
I know it's like one of those. Eddie. I mean, man, and it's
I
difficult.
feel like he won for more who he played than the role. That's my hot take.
Yeah, because I mean, especially when you get in those later years of you know,
and
that's where the acting really.
Yeah, I think Redmayne's just for me. He's a very fine actor. He'll always be like decent, but I've still to been blown away by him. Like this, even the Danish Girl. I'm waiting for like why are you considered such a great actor? It just doesn't do it for me, I guess. So.
But the thing is, those long takes in Birdman, the long takes. I mean, obviously, there's like there's some editing trickery that happened, obviously.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you could tell that there are some long takes.
There's like 15 pages of dialogue
at
one time. Like so I mean, and for movie actors. Like, which is so funny is that when you watch the movie and you're like, it's a movie about actors in the theater having to perform scenes like actors on stage have to do, where it's like, no, you don't get cuts. Like,
it's so good.
You go the whole time.
Good,
and I also love like people playing like exaggerated versions of themselves. Like Edward Norton is playing himself.
Yes.
Like to 11, and it's hilarious.
It absolutely is.
Casey, a movie? I'm just kind of curious.
What movie?
Birdman.
I haven't.
Edward Norton.
I love how Scott just like leaned in.
He always knows. He knows whenever I don't watch a movie.
Yeah.
It's like I have a spider sense for it. It's like, wait a minute. Casey, you haven't seen this movie, have you?
It is fun though for the meta-ness of Batman.
I haven't seen it either. So.
Oh no,
it's a good movie.
But no, it legitimately is a great
I've heard it's
movie.
good. I've never seen it. No.
Yeah, it's not, and it's not a movie for everybody. But it was.
Get ready for the third act. You take a fucking beating your suspension of reality. Yeah.
Oh God! But it was one of those movies that, like, when I went to the theater to watch it because thankfully it did come to Birmingham, and I remember sitting in the theater going, "This thing is for a very specific kind of person, and somehow it is everything that is me, and I love it."
The last movie of his I saw was The Founder. I loved that.
Oh, The Founder.
That one. How was that?
That's a great movie.
It's good.
Okay, so that's another one that he got. And you know what? That one, that's a weird one because I remember watching The Founder and going, oh my God, like, how is this not getting awards? Well, apparently what happened was they were trying to get it. You know how they do all that? They do a limited release before the new year so then they could have it for Oscar
award season.
Yeah. Apparently they tried to do that, but I guess actual McDonald's, like the corporation, tried to prevent it from. They were trying to not make it come out because it exposes shit.
Yeah, exposed a lot of shit. Yeah.
So, but anyways, Andre, before you gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta work.
He's gotta go to McDonald's. I
gotta go eat McDonald's now. I'll tell you what though, when I watched The Founder, after I watched that movie, I went and got McDonald's because I was like,
same.
Now I gotta go. You know what I mean?
Something about it. Yeah. But anyways, go ahead and plug yourself and then go. But that sounds weird.
No, you gotta do that off camera. I'm gonna take down Dave's channel if you do that. Right.
Yeah,
I shouldn't be here.
Been plugging myself the whole time.
Every time someone says "go" now, I'm just seeing that splash screen of Teen Titans.
Go,
Go!
go! I just hear the actor who plays Robin shout, "Teen Titans, go!"
Well, there was that video where the cast was talking about how they got a chance to work with Zack, and the guy who does the voice for what's his name, Beast Boy. He started doing
Greg Sipes, yeah.
Right, he started doing the voice. He was like, "Yeah, man, and it was just really weird to hear it." I was like, "Wow!" In fact, there was a video I saw on my timeline today where it was the guy who currently does the Mickey Mouse voice talking to the guy who currently does the SpongeBob.
Oh yeah,
voice.
with the SpongeBob. Yeah,
yeah. I was like, "Whoa, this is weird." Like
that was pretty weird, and I totally forget that like to do the laugh, he actually does like. He goes like that, but I was like, yeah. I mean, I don't know, yeah, but yeah, he actually like hits his throat.
He gives himself a little vibrato that way.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
All right,
but
well,
anyway.
you can find me at the Nicotina Show on YouTube, and my show usually is on Mondays. Sometimes it moves around. You can find me on the Four Nerds on the Four Nerds Network, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, and you can follow me on Twitter at Nicotina_show. Follow me on Instagram and Vero, and that's all I got.
There you go. Well, thank you,
I'll
sir.
see you guys later.
See you, sir. Have a good weekend.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
But yeah, watch The Founder, Scott. It's a really good movie,
Cool.
and what's great about it too is like, yeah, I mean, it's understandable. It's like how, the fast food business, and it's funny too because literally like the first McDonald's that was ever made. It was like literally I could drive probably 22 miles that way, and that's where it was. Like it was in in California, and it was like literally over these hills right here. I think it was in San Bernardino County. Yeah, and it's pretty crazy. I'm like, it's not there anymore, I don't think. But yeah, it was just kind of crazy. Like, oh wow, it was like right there. Holy crap! And then it just kind of shows like the process of trying to get fast food out, and then all of a sudden it gets to the point where it's like when it gets bigger, it's like, well, now we got to cut corners, and now the quality of the food goes down, which it's like, yeah, that's still relevant today. I mean, you have McDonald's I'll have McDonald's every couple of months, but I got to make sure that I'm near a toilet before I eat that stuff because it's gonna run right through me like Usain Bolt. Yeah.
Jesus.
And it's gonna go through you like shit to a goose.
There it is. Yep. Yeah. See, Nighthawk knows. San Bernardino, like 13 miles from here. Yeah, there you go. See?
By the way,
She
Casey,
lives over
that's
the hill.
another classic movie you need to put on your list. Patton.
Yeah. That's
That's long time. That's old.
That's an oldie. Yeah.
Now, it is an oldie, but I mean, Francis Ford Coppola wrote it, and George C. Scott won his Oscar for it. If anything, Casey, even if you don't watch the entire movie, just watch the opening monologue of George C. Scott in front of the giant American flag. Like, it's like the first 5-7 minutes of the movie. You can probably find it on YouTube. Like, just watch that speech, and it just gives you really some of the most quotable lines. My favorite one being you don't win wars by dying for your country. You win wars by making other sorry bastards die for their country.
It's good movie. Yeah. I haven't watched that in forever
It's
too.
such a
My dad had all those movies. Obviously he's a military dude. So yeah, he had them all. And of course we watched them all, but yeah. I mean, we obviously revisited your Aliens and Predator and all that stuff. But yeah, watch The Founder, Scott. It's a great movie. But I heard that they were trying to get it in before the new year. But I heard something that they're like literally McDonald's was trying to prevent the movie from coming out.
That surprised me.
Yeah, and so then they finally got it out, and then it got released in January, which we all know that January movies kind of just go, they kind of just go there to kind of die, but unless you're like M. Night Shyamalan or something like that, but and then it just kind of just went nowhere, and it honestly was an Oscar type movie. Like it was another one that Michael Keaton did a phenomenal job, and it's a great story.
And I didn't think that it exposed McDonald's in that sort of way. Like there is some shady stuff, of course. Every corporation has that, but I thought that was actually a really good story about someone who built this whole company from the scratch, and it's very similar to the Jobs movie. Steve Jobs movie.
Which one of the Steve Jobs movies?
No, there's only one good one.
Fassbender one. Right? You're talking about?
Oh,
or no, you're talking about the Kutcher one?
Yeah, I saw the Kutcher one.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
I liked it.
Oh,
you should watch the Fassbender one. Yeah,
watch the Fassbender one.
The Fassbender one's the Sorkin one, right?
Yes. Yeah, I tried.
What's wrong with the Kutcher one?
I didn't like it was Ashton Kutcher trying too hard. I don't know.
It feels a little TV made movie for me. That's where I would describe it and stuff like that.
It's just for some reason when I was watching him do like the mannerisms and stuff, I was like, I can't. I'm not buying it.
And not that I think Fassbender's job is like, oh, it's the best movie. It's not like one of those. I think it's a really, really good movie. The
difference with that one is Fassbender was like he kind of made it his own. I think Kutcher was trying too hard to be Steve Jobs, and it just didn't translate, in my opinion. But when it came to Fassbender, I mean, let's face it, Fassbender's a good-looking dude, and he's kind of like, he works out, kind of in shape, and it was kind of be like, all right. But I think he just kind of made the part his own. And then it's a Sorkin film, so it's dialogue.
That scene when Jeff Daniels, they kick him out of Apple, and it's like he just came out of the rain and he's in the boardroom. Oh my God, these two are just fucking yelling. And it's so good because you got this scene paralleling with one scene they're talking about getting back together and trying to figure out, and then like a flashback to years later where they're fighting. And it's this great like two scenes meshed together. It's really, really good. I love Fassbender. I'm hoping that I know people here aren't excited for it, but I'm hoping that Taika film he's doing is great, the soccer one. But he's also he's working with Fincher next, isn't he? I think.
Yeah, yes.
I'm ready for the comeback of Fassbender because I think at one point he was the greatest actor of Hollywood, and then his agent fucked him over by we're doing Assassin's Creed, we're doing the Snowman,
we're doing
all like
the Snowman. I couldn't even I got like 15-20 minutes. It was it was like one of those red box movies that's like, this is supposed to be one of those movies that like it's got Rebecca Ferguson in it. It's like a Swedish.
It was stacked. Yeah,
it was stacked.
Kilmer's in it.
Yeah. And it's like it should have worked. And I think I made it 15 minutes in, and it's like I am bored as fuck right now.
I heard that. I didn't even give it a chance.
The thing about Fassbender though is right now for the past 2 years he got married, he had his kid, but he's also just been driving and like racing and stuff like that. I feel like he just did a bunch of movies to be like, I want to go just drive cars for 2 years. Just give me whatever you got, because that's what it was weird because he had such a high high balls. He had a high bar of quality. Talking about the plugs, he had a high bar of quality where it was like, man, this guy's in. Every time you see him, good performance, good movie. And then after Assassin's Creed, there was just a string of these kind of stinker. Like even I was so excited, but I was not a fan of The Consultant with Javier Bardem, Cameron Diaz.
That movie's so awful.
And it's Ridley Scott, the counselor.
Yes, thank you, counselor. Yeah, and same thing. That on paper, like this is gonna be fucking great. Scott's directing Javier Bardem, and it's such a just slow paced kind of bore. It just
you got Cameron Diaz rubbing her coochie all over
the car.
I've been trying. I haven't finished it yet because I saw the theatrical version. I've been meaning to go back and watch the unrated cut of it.
I didn't see that
because. And there were some improvements in that one for me. Like I know it seems weird to say putting more in it helped, but I do feel like it fleshed some stuff out, because that was also the thing that spoke to me was that was an original screenplay by Cormac McCarthy, and I like Cormac McCarthy. So The Road.
The Road's so good.
The Road, No Country for Old Men. Yeah. Like this is the kind of stuff he does. So I went in very predisposed to like it, and so I'll admit when I saw the theatrical version I was like, I didn't love it but I didn't hate it, but I've been meaning to finish the extended cut to see does it flesh out, and like the first 20 minutes or so, like it was fleshing out some stuff that I was like, this works a little bit better. But I get why it's not. I mean, I don't think Cormac McCarthy is for everyone, so I get it.
And that's what's disappointing, because I love No Country for Old Men. That's in a top 10 of mine. I love The Road, so I was all set up for that. But I will say, though, that it has, I won't say what is, because I don't know if people will ever watch it or stuff, but the ending of Brad Pitt's story, one of the most memorable things I've ever seen. Of like, it is just the way they shoot it, how tense it is so damn good. So I always go back like, well, at least I had that moment, because that is just, in the theaters, like, oh my God, this is really going to happen, because they keep like hinting about this towards the movie, and it kind of just feels like characters are like bullshitting, like this thing wouldn't really happen, and then when it happens, you're like, oh my God, what you would do in that situation is It's good stuff. So
I just want him to get back with Ridley Scott and just make the third, Prometheus
movie, David movie.
Yeah. Yes, complete that. But another thing I wanted to mention, and of course we got Mr. We got the Arrowverse expert right here. Jordan, your thoughts on the new Superman costume for Superman and Lois?
From what I'm hearing, they only just changed the emblem on it. Like they just brightened it up. But yeah.
Okay, Dave. Now, Dave, to help you out, because I'm going to back Jordan up on this because there are pictures of Hecklin. Its name's Hecklin.
I said that this week, Scott.
You did. I was so proud of you. Actually.
Okay, good. Yeah.
But I've seen pictures of Hecklin's costume from previous seasons, like last season when there was a picture with him with Amy Jo Johnson when she directed her episode, and the color on the suit has always looked that way. It's the color timing they do for the episodes that it's not as they desaturate it.
Yeah, that's right. You said that in the chat when we were talking about it. Yeah,
right. But the emblem is actually like it's like raised.
3D.
Yeah, it's not,
and it looks like it's a good size too. Like it's not, but it does look like the suit fits him better a little bit, though. I don't know. Maybe that's
back on the terrible suit he had before when he was just guest appearing on Supergirl.
Oh god, that suit is awful.
Like, when you compare it to that, like they did a massive improvement. I think the reason why they might have done this is because maybe they just wanted to make it pop more. Because obviously, when they're shooting it, you see the suit just on the street when they're shooting the episode. It looks that way. When you see in the episode, it looks different. So they're probably thinking, let's change the color of it and maybe make it so it'll pop more. Because I feel like it just kind of blends in when you're watching the show. Like it's a good suit. I feel like it blends in too much. It doesn't stand out. So maybe that's the thing.
But do you think especially because sometimes makes you wonder when these images come out, like that's almost like the studio going, hey, let's test the waters right here, and then people are like, oh my god, it looks so much better and blah blah blah. So maybe they go, all right, maybe when we after in post we don't we kind of keep the blue a little bit more darker. I mean, it seems
I wonder why they did it, because they've kept it consistent for the 2 seasons. Of course, in the pilot we had that original his first suit.
The Fleischer suit,
like that classic, like holy crap, like they actually did that, and it's so weird how that didn't come out until like they released a trailer, and then we had behind the scene photos. And like, oh wait a minute, okay, so they actually did this. I don't know why they're doing it now. Like it feels just kind of out of nowhere, unless they're like, well, some time has passed, and I'm assuming at this point, Jordan Kent, who now has powers, he's probably going to eventually get a suit at some point, maybe. So I don't know. It just feels kind of odd they're doing this now, but
well, no, actually, Jordan, I'm actually going to disagree with you on that, because I mean, look back at like through the years of Arrow, how many different Amel almost got like a new suit almost every season.
Yeah,
like the season 4 suit, he had like no
arms.
Sleeve. Yeah. Season 5 is at it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's better now. Like oh, okay, like that looks like more like season 1, and then like now his season 8 suit was like a throwback to season 1. So, I think if you're gonna enhance the emblem, maybe like I don't know, switch up the cape maybe or something. I don't know.
I'm actually Jordan. What's your thoughts on a complaint? I've seen this complaint. I think some people blow it a little out of proportion, but I do agree that there's too much padding in the suit, and it's awkward when he moves in it. You can tell it's padding, and that's one thing that bothers me. And it's not even always the suit, like when he's just walking around. It's like the stunt suit, doesn't move right.
Yeah, I think that probably comes down to sometimes how they shoot with that suit, because I also saw where like they do the same thing. They have a CG cape at times, because there was a shot of Tyler Hoechlin walking like past a crowd.
He has this right here, but then no cape. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it really just comes down to it's not about the look. It's more about the comfortability of it, because literally he has to stay in that plus the stunt double. So they're probably like finding that balance. So maybe they reworked it for the 3rd season in terms of like the stunt suit versus the actual like suit where he's just standing there. Because now that you're saying that, I'm thinking back, there's certain times where he looks fine. Yes. There's other times he's moving a certain way, and they have to shoot it a certain way, and regardless of how they shoot it, it's still going to look weird.
Yes.
I kind of notice it. I don't notice it as much when he's flying, but that's when he's
I agree. Yeah.
And he's on wires and everything. But when he's out on the, like, he has to turn a certain way or something, or during a fight, it looks good, but there's times it's kind of awkward. I think because he can probably only go so far, like moving the arms maybe and the legs.
Yeah.
You can't move a certain way too far.
And see, this is where I go back to. I mean, like when it comes to
part that bothers me, when it looks awkward, it's always the chest.
But I mean, it's like, okay, you have an actor. I mean, we've seen what he looks like with his shirt off. The dude's jacked. I mean, yeah, maybe he's not like super like huge, but it's like, who cares? As long as he like, that was the one thing about the Christopher Reeves version is like, there's no padding at all. It's just tights, and everybody was fine with it. Now it just seems like you always have to make these characters so huge, big, and bulky. It's like, no, just let it. You can have some padding. I mean, when it comes to Cavill's suit, there's padding in there too, but for some reason, that thing just form fits on his muscles like crazy.
But they also have a movie budget versus a TV budget, and
very true.
But also it's Jose, I know I'm not even looking at the comments. I canceled Jose the day that you were talking about this because Jordan, I'm not sure if you follow, but over on DC TV Squadcast, I have put it on record that as far as television Supermen go, this is my favorite TV Superman, and I have literally seen them all. I literally own them all. We're talking Jordan
animation too.
I was gonna say, are you including animation?
I'm only including live action because if I include animation, oh no.
I know. I was about to say,
Superman.
You include animation, it's not going to be that.
It's not going to be there. No. Tim Daly, Superman the Animated Series. No. No. But when it comes to, I remember when Ray and I reviewed season 1. I think it was after like the first 2 or 3 episodes. Like, I think it was like the first 4 episodes or something. I was sitting there with Ray going, Ray, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm saying live action TV Superman, my favorite. Favorite first season of a CW show, hands down, it's the best first season a CW show has ever had. And at that point, I was like, and I think also the first season at that point was like, I think this is just my favorite season, like in general, of a CW show up to that point. I really, really love Superman and Lois. Like it's a really good show. Like I want to watch it every time it comes out.
And I think the best part about it is that it subverts your expectations, because each season they give you the villain and it's not who you think it is.
Oh, they gaslit me so hard season 2. I'm just like, you did it. You punked me. I'm not saying it because I got punked.
Okay, I won't say what it is, but nonstop.
Yeah, don't say what it is. I haven't jumped on it yet. So
nonstop are saying it's this nonstop, and I kept saying, guys, did you not see season 1 of Superman and Lois? And like, yeah. Well, what happened there? Well, there's one thing and it's actually something else. Exactly. So you're saying it's this, it's not, and I was right. I'm like, guys, come on, like, and they're going to do it again. Season 3 is going to do the same thing. They're going to do it, and it's going to work out well. Now, in terms of your favorite season, I personally still think I like the Flash and Arrow's first season more, just because there's more story. But at the same time, Superman and Lois was kind of on a different level, like cinematography, and they had less episodes, but yet they still delivered on, like, not just setting up Superman, but Lois and the kids very well, and they set up, their version of Smallville very well. And so, I got to give them the credit, because literally the show was getting shit on by so many people before we actually saw a trailer like that. This show is going to suck. They can't do this. I'm like, well, let's see. And that first trailer, like, ooh, okay. Yeah. And then they
episode.
The first episode, they showed up for the first episode.
It sold it to me. It sold it to me because I wasn't big on Tyler Hoechlin. I didn't really watch any of the other stuff with Supergirl and stuff like that. But I saw clips and I was like, who's this guy? Who's this guy over here? What are you trying to do?
Not my Superman.
Like, all right. Yeah, you're not my Superman. Okay, no. I like that British guy.
His version is not the same. Yeah. Like, he's still good. I just feel this is a better version of him. And even just the opening of him and Lois's, like, the history leading up to where the show starts was fantastic. It was good.
did a good job. I mean, like I would say, like when it came to live action stuff, like especially, well, I mean, obviously when it came to TV shows, I was a big Lois and Clark fan. I loved that show.
That was mine, especially the first season of Lois and Clark.
Oh yeah,
with John Shea as Lex Luthor, like that season went. That season went hard, especially for the 90s. I was like, that was Sunday night must see.
Oh, that was appointment viewing for me. That was appointment viewing.
On HBO Max?
On HBO Max? On HBO Max. You can watch all seasons on HBO Max. Terry Hatcher. I mean, come on. Terry Hatcher.
That was a major reason why young Scott enjoyed watching Lois and Clark as much as he did.
I will say, her in season 2 Supergirl is pretty interesting because she's evil.
I forgot that she's in there. That's right.
I was like, all right, so she's the villain. All right, cool. Wasn't expecting this, but like they're like, hey, we got to bring her back. And then that was also when they brought in their version of Zod, kind of, not really.
They're
literally, there's like a whole thing where literally we get Superman back, we get Tyler Hoechlin back, and there's silver kryptonite or whatever, and she uses it on Superman, and he sees Supergirl, and he's like, I'll stop you, Zod. And it turns to this guy, and it's Zod, but he thinks Supergirl is Zod, and they have a fight. And so they cut to Zod like 2 or 3 times, and I'm like, who is this guy? And then I talked to some people, and they're like, he's just some stunt guy they just brought in. Like, okay, so it's not like they're not saying they're going to bring Zod in. Like, no, like so.
No, actually, because in Supergirl they actually said that Superman killed Zod.
Yeah, and that was kind of disappointing. I'm like, because I like that actor, even though we barely saw him. Like, that'd be kind of interesting because there was like a thing like, oh yeah, Zod is in this episode, and then the episode aired. I'm like, oh, no, not really, but okay, he's in it kind of for 2 seconds. But still,
2 seconds.
By the way, Jordan, just so you know, when we talk about my top Arrowverse seasons, for me it's Arrow season 2 and season 5, Flash season 1, and then and right now like anything with Superman and Lois.
Well, you just said season 5 of Arrow, Prometheus. He's freaking on She-Hulk right now. It's so weird seeing him on.
He's
there.
on Prometheus. He's on She-Hulk. I'm not watching She-Hulk stuff.
In this week's episode, it's not amazing on She-Hulk, but when he popped up in this episode, as soon as he walked in, I'm recording my reaction, and I just go Prometheus because I'm like, that's who he is. I'm like, he has a beard, but it's just Prometheus. That's just him because he played a lawyer in season 5.
I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, She-Hulk's still pretty rough, but at least at the end of this episode, I went, oh.
Next week it's happening finally.
Yeah, next week's the Daredevil episode.
It looks like it. There was a very heavy tease at the end of this episode.
Okay. Oh yeah, it was very much like in your face kind of thing.
I was waiting for like after credit sequence that they've always had, and then someone's like, "How did they top that?" I'm like, "Okay, point."
Yeah,
what are you gonna do after that? Like you're gonna have him show up and get the suit. So
yeah. But it's just one of those things where it's like I like the main actor, I like her, she's very likable, like that stuff. But then everything else is so cheap. I don't like what's her name, the villain,
Titan. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
What the hell is that? I don't. She showed up in the. I'm like, it's just not
when she showed up at her party and she goes up to her. I'm like, just turn to She-Hulk and punch her in the face. I know you already guys had a fight essentially, but just punch her in the face. Don't do something. But
why is she not arrested? Why is she not arrested for breaking into a courthouse? I thought she got arrested. Okay, anyways,
hey, guys, a question: has Andor released yet?
Next week.
No, next week.
The 3-episode event.
Yes, people have the whatchamacallit got released where people are giving reviews. That's
the screeners. Some people reviewed it without the screener too.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I know who you're talking about. I love that.
Yeah, what are you talking about? That guy, what are you talking about? He's impervious to all any.
Listen, here, I get it. I get why people are mad, and I understand. Maybe it's just because I'm so passive, but I saw so many tweets of like, how dare he? This is the film community. It's like, fuck, they were just talking about movies and TV shows. Did he do a shitty thing as the asshole? Yeah, but just like some people got so worked up, like this destroys the entire sanctum of like, who cares if he did it? He's just gonna get less. Why does it matter to you?
No,
why does it matter? It's just like we're just
the guy's under the Disney. He's under Disney. Come on, he's being paid. There's no way. I'm sorry.
If he destroyed that sanctity of movie and TV, what about him releasing actual images from Spider-Man No Way Home?
I know.
Exactly. This is why I say that he is under. He's being. There's no way that he would get in trouble for that shit, and he hasn't got anything.
Well, they didn't let him to D23 though.
I would
exactly.
say that, but then he paid thousands of dollars for hotel rooms.
No, I didn't know about that.
He paid thousands of dollars for hotel rooms. He was told via email several different times how to get into the panel for Marvel and Lucasfilm on that Saturday. And then he went down there, and then they're telling him something else, and he couldn't get in. So he's like ranting and screaming, and he's like, D23 was a failure. I'm like, sure, it wasn't what you'd expected, but Marvel dropped all this shit at Comic-Con this year. You'd expect them to drop it. Yeah, they dropped Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty. They dropped all this shit, and he's acting like, Comic-Con, they did what we expected. Like, you didn't expect them to drop Avengers 5 and 6.
It's so
this is your Super Bowl. Blah, 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 blah.
It's so strange, that narrative, because with Campy gets that stuff in his head, because like with Comic-Con a few years ago in 2019, that's what happened, where they revealed everything there, and then they announced 3 shows at D23. All they announced was Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, and Moon Knight. That's all they did. The Comic-Con before that was we got Mahershala Ali, we're doing all this shit, we got Mighty Jane. So the fact that I don't know why him and other people too, there's tons of other people thought like this was going to be the bigger one. It's like, did you not see Comic-Con? They said there's going to be 2 Avengers movies in 1 year.
Back to back.
Yeah, they're back to back, which is not going to happen because they're already delaying shit this week.
After a Fantastic Four film.
Yeah.
They put out the whole slate.
Yeah, so it's just like it was a strange thing, and I get some people are mad about the F4 thing, but if you listen to Geekverse podcast, I said it was never gonna happen once they changed directors, because I just thought
Travis is now 2 for 2. He said Henry Cavill wouldn't show up. He said Fantastic Four isn't gonna happen.
Well, because I know everyone always paints Feige as like he's in the room and he's breathing down your neck. You better fucking do this, but he still wants to work with these directors. So I completely, when they changed directors, I did not buy. Oh, we're gonna get the casting at D23, because like the reports came out that Kroll, he said, oh well, he wants to work with the director and find somebody that they have chemistry with. And I think there's definitely times where they cast people and say, hey, you got to work with them. But if you can get the director's opinion of, hey, who would you like to work with? Yeah, why wouldn't he? So that's why I didn't expect F4 there. I thought maybe one of like, if it was Krasinski, which I don't think that's going to happen at all. I haven't thought that for a while. But like maybe if there was one, sure. But the whole walkout, no, I don't think it's going to happen for a little bit now. So it's just like,
it might not be until next D23, because he says next D23 we'll talk.
Like exactly. Which is 2 years later.
The movie doesn't come out
and it's the same thing too. It's the same thing too with X-Men. Like I get that people want it very soon and are very excited, but for me, it's just like that's my favorite Marvel property. I have a child named after it, but it's just we have so many comics and games and old movies. X-Men, I can wait, and it's so smart.
And we're getting X-Men 97
exactly, and that's all I really need. And the thing is, like, it's so I think it's so smart for them to, after Secret Wars, when people go like Endgame, well, what's next? What do you do? How do you get people back? You say, hey, we're gonna do X-Men, and then that's what you get, that shot of adrenaline again of, oh fuck, I'll come back for X-Men. The same way like Scott, there's things like you only come back for some things and not for other. But let's say after Secret Wars, you're like, oh yeah, I'm done with stuff for a while. The second X-Men comes back, you're like, I'll check that one out.
I'm showing up for X-Men.
And it
was like after the Infinity Saga was over, and I didn't see anything, and then you bring back Toby and Andrew for Spider-Man No Way Home, and I went, fuck it, I'm here. Okay, you got me for that one.
And I guarantee you, Phase 7's gonna do the same thing, where you're gonna have a bunch of experimental stuff, and you're gonna have people making videos like the MCU's dead, and then they'll announce Wolverine, and everyone's like, I'm fucking back, I want to see Storm. Like
I thought I was out, and they pulled me back in. And
the only thing that
part 3.
The only thing that sucks for us is we could die before then, and maybe we won't see the MCU. But I'm just saying, like, for them as a business, it makes sense to hold that in the back.
Might even not be around by that time, though.
100%. You know.
Well, and people are theorizing that
he's gonna go save DC. Sorry,
he's gonna buy DC himself, Warner Brothers. He's the suitor putting out these reports. He's gonna save him all his money.
Yeah, exactly. He's fucking Thanos.
Good call, KC.
Foggy Studios gives you DC.
He's Thanos. Jesus Christ! I know.
People are theorizing that it's Infinity Saga was phases 1 through 3, phases 4 through 6 multiverse. People are saying phase 7 through 9 is Mutant Saga,
which is great, because like
that would be cool.
It's gonna be fun.
Mutants, you could literally do a whole phase of mutants with TV shows and movies, because there's so fucking many of them. There's so many of them that you could have separate. And I don't know if I still like this route that some people pitch, that they'll do, oh, they can do Cyclops and then Rogue and put them together. I'm still kind of unsold on that. I'd rather just do the team, but there's so many other adjacent, you could do Alpha Flight as a fucking Disney Plus show, you know, like they have so many characters.
Excalibur. and X-Force. Like,
Yeah.
do you remember the '90s when
Oh,
how
yeah.
many freaking
Bomber
X-books there
jackets.
were in the '90s?
Yes.
I mean, seriously. But when you talk about doing like a mutant saga, like I even had the idea of, because they do typically like to play around with some 616 and some Ultimate.
Yes.
I know it wasn't popular, but the concept behind the idea of like Ultimatum was like, especially if you want to like have this big sort of like capstone of what Ultimatum ended up doing with the idea of the history of mutants in the Ultimate Universe, doing something like that where the mutants have always been around, we just didn't like know about, like, because that's always the question, is like, how are they gonna, like, you've had all this going on, it's like, how are you going to bring mutants into this universe? And
that's the big question. Yeah,
and I
My
always
pitch
think
was Powers of
They're
10. That was
talking
my
about Miss
pitch.
Martin.
what was that, Travis?
Miss
My
Marvel.
pitch was Powers of 10 with Hickman's run, where they kind of get their own like Cocoa when they're away from people and they got their own country and stuff like that. Now there'd be a lot of like backpedaling you'd have to do, but I feel like the route they are gonna go with they've been around at some point, because it is weird, just like one day, okay, someone wakes up, they're a mutant now, and then same thing, like, okay, does Logan never go to World War II? Is Xavier going to be a young dude, or is he an old dude that becomes like with these powers? So I feel like they're hidden somewhere.
That is what my thing was as well, because that story is now outdated. So how can they bring in new mutants now and say the same old story? Because the ears don't match, right?
No.
And they can't even say that they were here the whole time, because what the fuck are they doing? Are they just being Martian Manhunter?
Oh, wait a minute.
I found my place.
The Eternals just sat there.
Eternals did, yeah.
Already done that route where the Eternals are kind of just chilling while all
But
this other-
Eternals weren't just limited to Earth. X-Men
true.
are.
True.
What?
True.
Like you get the Phoenix Force in there. They travel to space sometimes, you know.
Well, you know what? That's the one thing that the MCU.
I saw it in a concept art.
but that's one thing the MCU would actually do that Fox never would do, is like, can we get the fucking Shi'ar Empire? Like, can we finally bring
you
that
get those
in?
crazy costumes and everything like that?
Oh yeah, Gladiator and Princess Elandra.
Or they rechanged it in Dark Phoenix, or was there like certain things they were going to include in Dark
Skrulls
Phoenix?
were the rumor
Skrulls
at
were
one
going to
point.
be like
Yeah.
the villains were supposed to be the Skrulls in Dark Phoenix. And so there was going to be kind of a secret it was going to have kind of a secret invasion feel in Dark Phoenix before the reshoots made them scrub all that.
That's a good example of how projects can die because of plans changing in the universe.
Yes. Yeah.
Bad girl.
Because Dark Phoenix.
You said the B word.
We still got to see it, Casey, even a little bit, but you know, we still got to see it.
And the same thing happened to New Mutants when they were like, that was supposed to like go hard as a horror
I
movie.
like both those movies though. I mean, I saw New Mutants. It was kind of goofy in the middle, the dancing and all that stuff.
I like
but
New Mutants,
I like
New
the
Mutants,
tone.
New Mutants was fine, but I could tell
it
was supposed to be something else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be definitely something else. And it
In one
that
scene, it
first
was
trailer, remember
very
that first trailer? That first trailer was like, oh my god, look
God,
at that.
yeah, I remember that first trailer. Yeah.
Jesus, it's like a horror movie with mutants. That's awesome, you know? And then it just kind of okay, whatever.
It kind of got what the Suicide Squad got. At first, it was a full-on horror movie, and then in the middle, it kind of gets goofy. They're trying to have fun, dancing, and all that stuff. And then the third act is just full-blown red skies action and all that.
Red skies. Oh, don't remind us about that. Has anybody picked up the prequel Flash comic? Anybody?
It's in the mail, because you can remember, any physical books I buy, I get they ship to me once a month. So the package is kind of like my Darkseid statue. It's got to get from Washington State to Alabama. So cross country is not exactly very fast.
Oh, I know that drive, Scott, because I moved from Washington State to Alabama at one point in my life.
I'm waiting on my prequel comic.
I saw it. It's almost there. It is almost there, though.
Wednesday is when I'm
cannot wait. Oh man!
And I did reach out to Ray. Yeah, I did.
Yes, He said it on this stream back in December. He said that he would gladly write you a note for your wife because she's in.
I loved the reaction because at one point, like when I was doing it, he tweeted me going, "Have you told her?" Yeah. And I was like, "No." I just love his response to it was in all caps, "Dude."
So good. Yeah. So good. But Jordan, you got to take off.
Yes, it is almost 1:00 my time.
Yeah, I get it. And, thank you for joining, man. It was always good to talk to you as always. And I don't think there's anything new Metallica we needed to really catch up on.
I think they're doing a few more shows this year, but nothing. Hopefully next year, a new album.
Well, I mean, the latest thing I saw was Lars showed up at the Taylor Hawkins tribute, which was the last thing. Dude, that was like two of my. I mean, it was Dave Grohl and fucking Lars like jamming together.
Brian Johnson AC/DC came out too. Like it was so crazy.
Freaking they did AC/DC songs. It was so good.
Insane.
Yes. I was just like totally just having like a moment, like, oh my god, they're doing it. Yeah, that whole concert though.
Did you change your pants, Dave? That sounded like
dude,
you had to change your pants.
Changed my pants. Kleenex. I was like, it was like up and down.
A little lotion. I'm just kind of clear.
Yeah, I mean, for the first part, but then then it got sad and awesome in the last part. But yeah, that whole tribute concert was just motion just going up and down. But anyways, man, thank you for joining in tonight.
No problem.
See ya.
Go ahead and promote yourself and take off.
I will promote everything. Chainsaw Reacts is YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all that, and then you'll see me randomly just yell and scream at shit. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Overcast Season 5. I did all 10 episodes in like 3 or 4 days. It was insane.
Yeah.
But, that's what I'll do. I just yell and
Keep
scream
up
at
the
shit.
good work, man. All right.
Bye.
Get some sleep. See ya. All right.
Okay, so can I bring up a topic that's going to be very niche, but I would love to get all your guys' reactions to?
No. Okay, good.
Okay, so getting the news this week that Amazon is picking up a live-action television series of Blade Runner 2099.
Yes.
Executive produced by Ridley Scott, and it is intentionally going to be set 50 years after Denny's movie. I'm just like, thank you, amazing. Amazon.
Yes, please continue. I haven't watched because there's an anime series, right?
It's okay. Like it.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's on HBO Max, so you can watch it. You can watch it there now. It started off okay, and it kind of,
trailed off.
Trailed off for me personally. Okay. But this is like, it's like I want to have a cigarette and just go.
Yeah, well, you got your fake cigarette, so it works.
I mean, I saw this on YouTube, the Secrets of Dune account that I follow, for Dune stuff. And I was sitting there going, what?
No. Like when I saw it too, I was like, please, no, please give me more of that world. I want more of that world. And Amazon, I mean, when we talk about all the streaming services, I mean, let's face it, like a lot of the streaming services are kind of just like who, what, where, when, but Amazon, let's face it, they're in their own kind of like world because it's Amazon, which is like the biggest. I mean, obviously, we order shit from it all the time and they have a service. They now have Thursday Night Football, which I was like, what? I mean, like now I can watch Thursday Night Football just firing up on my Prime Video. That's crazy.
And the weird thing about Amazon is that, like, I remember someone said, "Hey, because someone recommends some Amazon shows and movies to me," and then you start to go, "What am I going to recommend?" And then you just start going. You suddenly realize,
they got a good catalog.
They have a good catalog.
Yeah.
The good thing here, though, is that we don't have HBO Max here, right? So now all the HBO Max shows and movies are coming on Prime Video.
Ooh,
which is surprising.
That's good.
Yeah. See, so there's that too. I mean, and I think Amazon is going to probably just, they're not going to hold back when it comes to it's like, hey, we got to capture this world. I mean, they probably saw like, oh yeah, okay, so Blade Runner 2049, yes, maybe it didn't like do bonkers at the box office, but you look at the cult following it's having and the fact that it still captured that world and even like made it better, like in a way.
like people like me will go, no, it's actually better than the original.
Yes, exactly.
I could
Exactly.
get on that, yeah. I think it's kind of like what you're saying, Dave, though, that they don't have to live and die by that streaming app. That's the thing, because they're just making like a copious amounts of money daily from everybody. Like they can kind of go, well, we could, because some other streaming services might look at this and go, well, look at even the first one. That's a cult classic, but there's a reason it's a cult classic because it didn't do the greatest. Second one didn't do the greatest. So you could have a lot of people go, do we want to take a gamble on doing this show? And either they say no or they say yes, and it's made cheaply. And that's one show you cannot make cheaply because that'll take you. It's not like, with She-Hulk. Sometimes she does not look the greatest, but that's one character in the world. With Blade Runner, that is the entire world. So and that's a good thing about Lord of the Rings, where and I've actually quite enjoyed it so far, but
me too.
Majority of it looks good, and it looks like the way it should as far as budgetary wise. So I think Amazon is almost like the only option for this type of show. We're currently where we are, and I can't wait because I love 49. Love the first one, so I'm down for as much Blade Runner as possible, as long as it's good and Scott's on board.
You should audition for the 2099 one, replacing Ana de Armas.
Yes, I have to. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you have the light.
100%. Yeah.
Casey just wants to see you naked. That's all.
Yeah. Don't worry. That's the Patreon stream only. You know?
But you know what? But that's also interesting about Amazon is that they also don't have to live and die by the service, because people have the service because they're Prime members for the shipping, and you just get the service like as a fringe benefit.
Yeah, some people don't even know they have that service still. I guarantee you, some people don't even know they have Video Prime. They probably think, oh, I gotta subscribe. I'm not gonna do that. All you gotta do is log in, and it's all there. But they probably don't even know. You know.
And then all of a sudden they open it up. It's like, oh shit, look at all this. What the hell? I could, oh my God. And you could rent movies. You could do all this kind of stuff too. And it's like, it's all there for you. And then all of a sudden you got this original programming that they have. You got like, oh yeah, I want to check out this. I want to check out that, and it's like, and now, so now like I'm actually
UI's better now too. Because it was,
it was awful. The interface was terrible.
Oh my God.
And then I remember when I tweeted that out about that, I was like, sweet, or something. And somebody going like, wow, another L for Warner Brothers and HBO Max. And I'm like, no, this is one of those things where they're kind of going like, hey, if we have this IP, let's we'll make more money over here if we do that. They're going to spend the money on this. We wouldn't spend the money on this. Exactly. David Zaslav would not spend. He would have half the budget. Amazon will pay like, what do we need to make this fucking thing right? No, not Warner Brothers Discovery. They would not. For HBO Max,
I think no. And Amazon will spend money on things and make like, I remember season 2 of Jack Ryan wasn't as good as season 1 in my opinion, but they also did some shots for season 2 of Jack Ryan that they literally showed Jack Ryan. Like Amazon will show commercials for their TV shows as trailers in movie theaters, and they hold up on a big screen when you're watching a trailer for a TV show.
Yeah. See? So it's so mad because they did those screenings for the Lord of the Rings thing, but they didn't come to where I live in Canada. I was so pissed. I don't want, especially the opening of Rings of Power. It's like I just want to see this on a big screen. But
I think that's a brilliant move by Zaslav. Definitely, like giving even some of the DC stuff. I think will be going to different services now, which is not DCEU. Some of the black.
It's not going to be the main. It's not going to be the main. It's not going to be Netflix presents
Justice League 2 on Netflix.
No. So I think that some of the DC Black projects will definitely be shopped around now because they don't have to make them, especially if they are not getting integrated into the larger 10-year plan or whatever they have. So
they weren't going to make Sandman.
Yeah, no. Imagine making Sandman type projects, but on Apple TV Plus or Amazon with super high budget. Yeah, that would be amazing. I would love to see that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, go back and look at Sandman, where you go, I'm so glad Netflix did that because that was amazing. And it's weird to say, and Casey, you're right. It's like, I don't need all my DC projects in one place. Now, granted, that's because I pretty much have every
service.
So go wherever you want. I have it. I will.
Yeah. Or I can hit somebody up. You got the login?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not saying I pay for every service. I just have every service. There's a distinction there.
There is.
Two of my favorites that they actually, shopped around was Ted Lasso and Sandman. Both are amazing.
Amazing.
I still haven't watched Ted Lasso. I gotta get
on
it.
it.
I had bad news today with that.
Oh,
So
yeah,
there were
2024 or something.
Yeah, there have been some big rewrites for that, and it's gonna be postponed. So
let's just blame Olivia Wilde.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's all her fault. No, but
that could be true, Dave, because Jason Sudeikis is doing the rewrites, so he might add that storyline.
Oh, he's all. I'm gonna get her.
Someone's
No,
spinning on
actually,
someone.
if you think about that, KC, if you think about the way that show's already gone, you feel like it's already been like in the show. Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, Dave, get on that. Get on that.
I know I got to get on that show. It's on the list. Definitely on the list. But when it came to the Flash prequel comic, I think the cool thing that that was revealed was like this whole thing that it's like, okay, so a lot of people are like, oh, it's connected to justice. They're trying to do that. It's like, nope, no, they're not. No, they're not. It's right there in this book right here. It talks about the Flash saving the world. And he did in Zack Snyder's Justice League. And then of course it has the whole, we already knew that Batfleck was going to be in an Alfred was going to supply him with his new costume. And even
that's
Zack
been talked
Snyder
about for years though.
Yeah. And even Zack said that. He goes, you know what? I was going to have that in Justice League, but I thought, you know what? I want to have the Flash director have his take on it, because that's what Zack was doing when it came to all this. He was like, hey, I'll set the foundation. You guys just, do whatever you want to do, which I was like, all right, yeah, we already knew about that. But that one panel where Batman tells Barry when he's kind of effed up in his suit, he's got his hair sticking out of his cowl and stuff like that, where he just goes, hey, you stepped up, you faced the worst of the universe, and you saved the world. And it's like, all right, there you go right there, guys. Get rid of the whole justice talk. That canon does not exist. Stop it, please. Freaking stop it. And
so frustrating that the fans are the ones that keep bringing this up, not even WB.
Because there's certain fans that just don't want it to be connected to anything because of all the, they're like, yeah, but what about Ray Fisher? Yeah, but you guys were celebrating Teen Titans Go today. Anyways, just saying. That was still, anyways, but but yeah, it's just
the fact that the Teen Titans Go says that Zack still has an office at Warner Brothers.
Yes.
That's the plot point of the show.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. I've gotten shit for supporting the Flash. Okay, anyways, but it's whatever. Like I said, when it comes to all the freaking back and forth, and this is this could very much lead into like what Jay Oliva.
Yeah.
There was a good way to.
I just want to look at that and go, are you fucking kidding me? Did you see how long Jay talked to Tim at Justice Con in 2020? We joke to this day about like how long Jay talked to Tim at the end of Saturday of Justice Con. It's Jay fucking Oliva.
Lay Oliva, and that's what he was doing, but he was slaying in a different fashion this time, and it caught some people off guard. And it's just, it was funny because it started Monday. Because obviously, if anybody didn't know the backstory, he is friends with Gail Simone, right? He respects her, and all the stuff like that. And he quote tweeted and just kind of like gave his opinion on, taking an approach about story and animation and stuff like that.
He was just commenting on her. He was just building off of her comment.
That's it. And then all of a sudden, the swarm came in when it came to that vocal side, and then all of a sudden he was just like, you know what? I'm frustrated. I'm gonna go to town. And he did. He started doing the Slay Oliva thing, but he went to town on that part of the fandom. And, I was covering it all week too. And then finally, like even the Wednesday show was like, that's the whole show. The main topic is going to be about that, because he was saying things that we've even said, and it was just like one of those things where it was like, guys, this is not a way to, I mean, just because, okay, I get it. Some of you don't like what Gail has said. She's trolled you. She has said some things. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to agree with that. You don't have to agree with Jay. But when you're going after him and try to start in the dog pile and you're all of a sudden turning on him and saying just ridiculous shit and saying how offended you were about the Russian bots thing and all this kind of stuff, it's like you need to chill. And that's what he was trying to say. He goes, hey, when that thing happened, I tweeted out Transformer GIFs. I said I was a bot. And a lot of people did that too. We all joked.
We were all like going beep, beep, boop. Like how many of us tweeted out beep, beep, boop?
That's the funny thing, because whenever these people say there are toxic Snyder fans, right? Yeah. Do they mean that every single one of the million or how many ever followers Snyder has is a bot? No. Yeah. And then when you get offended to that comment, what does that say about you?
Yeah. Exactly. Right? What does that say
about you? If someone calls you all the toxic Snyder fans and you get offended, then what does that say about you?
And and I had my back and forth. I had people in my mentions that were going like crazy about it too. And I'm like, guys, no, you don't. I get it. There's some really disgusting shit that people have said out there. 100%. I know that's out there, and people will have a hate boner towards Zack and everything, and they'll throw it. But even Jay, one of his tweets, he goes, "Yeah, when somebody makes a really just gross comment about Zack or his daughter or something like that, uncalled for, sure, but he goes, but they want attention. That's what they want, and that's what they end up getting, and that's what I hate seeing too." Is the fact that it's like someone will say something about Zack, and all of a sudden I'll see that same thing quote tweeted. And I'm like, guys, you don't have to do that. I mean, stop doing that, especially if they say something really gross, like, when it comes to his daughter and stuff like that. Report it, move on. Don't bring attention to it, because that's exactly what they want. And then, but if everybody starts dogpiling, and especially if someone is like, oh, I'm going to kind of get a rise out of somebody or troll, whatever, about the fandom, and then all of a sudden the dogpile happens, then it's like, oh, yeah, look at these toxic Snyder fans and blah, 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 blah.
Some of these people don't understand that they're a fan of Zack Snyder, who famously, since a decade or more, is a controversial director. You'll never, ever get everyone to like him.
They said it in the episode of Teen Titans.
Exactly.
Yeah, they called him controversial in the episode. It was like the whole, we need someone.
I love that.
We need someone controversial. And then it's just.
So I just don't understand why they're fighting these people, because that 50% people will hate him no matter what you do.
Well, here's the deal. Okay, so this is, and because I was listening to Ray's, which I know he can't be here tonight because of work.
Yeah, that's why Ray hasn't been here for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, work has sucked for him. Like,
bastard making a living. What the?
I know, getting overtime.
Yeah.
But I was listening to his Patreon uncensored version of his show that he drops on Fridays. That's always fun. The kids can't be in the car for that one. And I know that when we've talked about this topic before, and Ray comes in and Ray gets, riled up, I understand his perspective on this point, because I haven't felt this way about, like, because whenever I start to get myself riled up, I just don't like. It's kind of like, Casey, what you're talking about, those toxic Snyder fans. That doesn't boil my blood, depending on how someone says it, because it's like, well,
it doesn't apply to me.
It doesn't apply to me. I know I'm not those assholes. Now what does offend me sometimes is when someone seems to bring it up in a way that generalizes as if all Snyder fans are the toxic assholes. But I'm also one that goes, yeah, but I'm not. I keep my damn mouth shut. What Ray's point is, and I get it where he's coming from, but I also feel like, while I understand it, it's a delicate line to walk, because I think some of these people, when we talk about the quote tweeting, some people, I'm not going to say all people, because some people are just toxic assholes. Some people probably think that by quote tweeting it, they are holding those toxics, the check marks, the antis, the Snyder hater type crowd, who was being toxic in their own right. Some people probably think that by quote tweeting it, they are holding them accountable. And I think the problem is that I think that is a incorrect perception, because that's not what you are doing. Yep. You're not holding them accountable. Your actions are not going to have the result that you desire. So it's kind of like how I also don't feel the need to apologize for the toxic asshole fans. It's like, why do I have to apologize for them? I don't like them either. It's like,
exactly.
So I don't need to apologize.
They don't like me. I don't like them.
I don't like them. It's a mutual thing,
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't feel the need to have to apologize for them. I just ignore them. So I also don't need to apologize for them, because I don't know what shit they're saying, because I don't want to know what shit they're saying, But then also with the people who then want to be assholes on the other side, it's like, but those people being assholes, I know for a fact, are being assholes to get attention.
Yes,
that is the thing, because they keep falling for this. Like, how many years has been? How many years have we seen this happen? Like, they know this will trigger some of the fans, and lo and behold, those same 10 people will be the first ones to quote me. I'm like, how many times are you going to fall?
All they live for. It's all they live for.
And I feel like what Jay did was Jay being which still in my mind, he was at Justice Con both years. He's one of our rock stars. He's the real deal. I mean, the dude fucking directed the Dark Knight Returns animated movie.
Oh. And Year One.
And and a lot. But like, if you have to pick one of those projects to go, for me, it's going to be the Dark Knight Returns. It's like, that's the one I'm going to hold up and go, Moses holding the tablet on Mount Sinai. And so
I need that picture now of Scott on a mountaintop with Dark Knight Returns.
Get on it, you're Jason. You're Jason. If you're out there, get on it.
I'll make a really good Charlton Heston. So, but it's like, dude, if you're not going to have, let's be honest, the Vanity Fair piece that came out, Zack called them out. Zack said, we all kind of went, there, okay, haters, shut the fuck up. Even Zack called out, that group, So, but Jay's being Jay. Jay don't give it. Jay Oliva don't care. Jay Oliva don't give a shit. Jay Oliva is Honey Badger, and so it's like there's another meme I want to see too. By the way, go. Aaron Bailey, get on that. But
no, you're right.
Jay just does what Jay does. So Jay just finally said, "Shut the fuck up." It's like I'm on friendly terms with Gail Simone. Don't tell me who I can and can't interact with or be colleagues or friends with, and the gall, the unmitigated gall of people to tell Jay who he can associate with and who he can quote tweet. Oh no, Jay, proceed.
I love how that one guy just said, he was probably frustrated with all the replies, and he said, I guess I can do without, Las Vegas now. And I was just thinking,
really?
And I was thinking, he's also on Rebel Moon, by the way.
No, it's like, hello. Are you gonna just? I know. When are the hashtag boycott Jay Oliva hashtag's gonna come out? It's like he's working on everything Zack Snyder's working on, guys. You fucking idiots. It's like that's the thing. It's like you realize you were just making asses of yourselves. And when he was pushing back, and then just kind of and then he even dropped some knowledge too. It's like, hey guys, guess what? Zack, he's not going to come back to this unless they give him the offer that he would want. Okay. And then there's a lot of things where it's like, you have a lot of, fake shit out there that, Scoopies and stuff like that. You got a bunch of people saying some stuff that are saying oh yeah, Zack's meeting with Zaslav. He's coming back. He's going to be directing this, directing that. And then you got Jay Oliva going no, he ain't going to come back unless there's some good shit. And it's like, thank you. Now we have somebody who's close to that, working in the biz, basically saying hey, yeah, Zack is not going to come back for this unless, under certain terms. That doesn't mean that he doesn't come back. And he's even trying to say that. He goes, if we want to get the restoration of the Snyderverse, well, guess what? We have to shape up, because I'm going into meetings and people are talking about in the outside world, not in this matrix that we have, this echo chamber, this bubble that we're in. People in the outside world have been talking about, geez, these fucking Snyder fans. Am I right? He's hearing that. So he's going, guys, you need to stop doing this. I get it. There's some shit out there. Sure. But the dog piling and all this stuff needs to cut it down. And then of course, when it comes to the future of all this, if we want more, you got to relax a little bit, because they're looking at the fan base. And then of course it's and then if anything's going to happen, it's going to have to be Zack's going to come back, and he wants to have his creative freedom, make sure that he could do what he wants to do. And then of course people are like, the truth hurts. And these people are like, fuck, this is anti-Snyder rhetoric. When I saw that term, I went, are you fucking, what the fuck is that?
The thing is that Zack cannot even police the people who do this stuff, because
that's why he doesn't try.
Once he starts doing it for just, one time or two times, then people will expect that he does it every time. And whenever he doesn't do it or misses someone, then people will just blame him and say that he's agreeing with that kind of behavior. So even just once, if he does it, then that's harmful. That's why I think he just calls out that, he doesn't support it. He just, once he said on a podcast, I think he said that these are individuals who have, who I have no control over, and they can do, they are doing what they are doing, and they're individuals. It's not like a group of people. So nobody can, police that. And he doesn't even try to, because again, he would get blamed if he doesn't do it for everyone.
Well, look what Drago said. What if Deborah was doing this? Would they do the same thing? Would they turn against her?
They would.
They would say, "Oh, he's married to this prude." He would. They would say, he's great, but his wife, not so much." That happens all the time in media, right? Where a wife or husband gets painted as the bad one in the equation, but the other person be like, "Oh, they're all good,"
See, I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Look at fucking Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, right? It's the same scenario where, to me, they're both have their issues, but some sides say, no, Johnny's a fucking saint, and then it says, well, she's a saint. The same thing would happen there. Zack's a saint. He's stuck in this marriage with this woman that doesn't know what she's talking about. They would spin it all into this weird.
And that's what they do. And then all of a sudden you have actually, big accounts that are just going well, Jay Oliva thinks we're toxic, so I guess we're toxic. And they start doing that whole passive aggressive tweeting kind of stuff like that. And it's you are just proving his point. You just proved his point. And now people are looking at you going and I've literally, with certain accounts, I won't name them, but, I've seen people go what the fuck happened to this account? They're embarrassing us now. It's yeah, well, I mean, that's just we saw this couple of years ago when it comes to certain,
seen it for the last we've seen it for the last 5 years. I mean, that's why exactly. I don't see so much of this shit, is because I have
done a good job.
I have done a very good job
weeding it out,
of weeding and pruning and scrubbing and cleaning my timeline.
You're just going,
it's why I love it. When just going snip, 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 and I have no problem with that.
That's good,
because some people's behavior just shows me no. I mean, I still follow Travis. I know that's a fault in my character. I'm a glutton for punishment. He's cleaned up his act
though on Twitter.
Travis and I have had. I mean, let's be honest. Travis and I have had fun. Travis, yes. we have lots of fun. I actually have. I think Travis. I think you know this. We've had friends DM us and not realize that no, dude, you don't understand. Have you seen that? You should see our DM conversations. We're totally living this up right now.
Oh yeah, I come from the world of, and I'm breaking storyline here, but I come from the world of professional wrestling, where it's like magic, where you're always trying to trick people. And I remembered I did this to promote something we did for the charity stream last year, where I tweeted where I said, someone was recording and talked shit about me, better not happen again. I got around 30 DMs of who is it, what's going on. It was completely just to set up some stuff with Clay, who's on the podcast, and Scott, like all this stuff, just to like have some fun with it. But it right away went to what's going on, what's this, and then I eventually did tell, like I had to reveal that, like, because I don't want to create actual real drama.
Yeah.
But now I just feel like I'm on less Twitter because I think I've said this on the show before, where I was listening to some podcasts, and it's like, imagine when you die and you get your life stats, right? And I never want to get the life stats of Twitter arguments and see the hours. And that's what switched in my mind of like, yeah, when I die, like, man, I spent like 5 days on Twitter arguments. Even that to me was like, that's too much, like for this life that I have. So that's why now I try, if you ever see me drop the Adam Sandler Uncut Gems I disagree gif, that means I very much agree with this person, and Old Trash would want to get into them, but I don't. And I go with, and I know some people say, I even think Ray hates this too sometimes, of the agree to disagree, but for me it's just like, something that's just the best route, because like, no, the situation you guys are talking about with the toxic assholes, just with Twitter in general, it's like, it's just there's only so far you can go, and even with these people, they're gonna be this way till pretty much the end of time. You hope that maybe something like this would wake them up, and maybe there's a genuine person that goes, oh, maybe I am being an asshole, maybe I should stop doing that. Exactly. But I think most of those have probably realized that by now, and I feel like this camp that's there is pretty set in their ways and stuff like that. But I try to make Twitter nice enough now.
but Travis, we had some fun times.
Oh yes, very much so. Yeah,
I just with
Scott from DC.
but seriously, I did get some DMs that I'd have to be like, man, what's going on with you and Travis? I'm like, dude, we're fucking with each other. Like, this is literally for the entertainment value.
Which is so funny, because I came from, once I started to, like, you know, you and other people in your community where like drama was a big thing. When I was podcasting before, like like our fan base was always in on that joke. Like when we do story, like me and Taylor have had 2 backyard wrestling matches. Spoilers. We never really hated each other. In my backyard over there, I threw him off a patio. But like for our fan base, we're always in on the joke. But then once we started to grow a little bit and we met new people, the same thing. They're like, oh, how did Taylor just said that on air? You're gonna let him get away with it? It's like, we talked about that before the show and stuff like that. It's always fun, but it's fun. It's like a magician. You get that little like, oh, I got you. Even if it's for one day, I got you. I fooled you a little bit, but then you gotta cut it quick because you don't want it to be real drama. You don't want people thinking you're stirring up something. So
yeah.
No, but I mean, like
that's things like Travis he's Canadian. I mean, come on, he's a nice guy. I mean,
he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
By default, our first specific thing is nice, and then the rest is like all different character features and stuff like that.
But it's always the joke that I mean, if people don't understand, I love it when I'm like, I was listening to DC on Screen because, you know, those guys live here in Birmingham, you know, Dave and Jason, and they were doing their Sandman review, and Dave wants me to come on and do a review of the comics with him for their Patreon. And it was so funny because anyone who actually knows me is like, man, but scheduling with Scott is hard. I mean, he's got 3 kids. So it's like, when people want us to get into Twitter arguments, it's like, fuck you, we're busy.
That's the whole thing.
Shit? No. And that's what was always good. I always liked that you didn't do that. I mean, and like, obviously when it comes to some of us, you know, we can, I mean, obviously now me being, you know, having my channel and all the stuff, and obviously I'm a target.
You're still in the thick of it.
Dude, it sucks. I try not to, you know, what's funny though, is like, I try not to be. I'll like when Jay Oliva was going on his whole thing, I was like, I retweeted like probably about 4 or 5 of his tweets that I thought were like good tweets. So I was like, oh, that's a good thing that he just said right there. I wasn't retweeting everything. I was trying not to fight with people. There were some people that pushed back, and I would like either ignore them or be like, well, you know, or just try to explain like, hey, this is what he's trying to do right here. He's trying to point out that, you know, if you guys want to get what you want, the brakes need to be pumped when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Like if, like, I don't know how many times, like when the Batman was like all like talked about and in the, you know, out there and on Twitter space back in March, you know, and after, and how many times were like, did I have arguments with people that were just hating on it? And then I would just be arguing with these people. And I'm like, you do realize, like, I get it. Like Batflex, your favorite all-time Batman. There's not going to be anybody better. He's my favorite Batman cinematically too. But I can really enjoy this movie over here.
You can always have a number 2.
Guess what? You know, I love Batman. I love Batman.
I like multiple flavors of ice cream.
I mean, come on.
Like that,
I got this as a birthday.
I want that so bad right now.
I got this as a fucking birthday present. No. I already sent you a 66 battering bottle opener. You get that.
Yeah, you did, and I still use it. Yes,
but it's like
on my refrigerator.
I know, right? But it's like I can have this, and also the fact that I've got Zack Snyder's autograph, like right it's there. Every time I'm on your show, Zack Snyder's autograph is floating over my shoulder. And it's like I can like this both. And I loved it today when I got because tomorrow's Batman Day. And I got the email from that's where the mini doc that they were talking about in the chat before we joined on. It was in the email talking about Batman Day, because there's a new Batman the Animated Series 30th anniversary T-shirt I'm going to be picking up, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to have to probably get that too.
Get in Canada. What does it look like?
The front of the shirt is that famous the image from the, and then on the back it says "I am the Night" in that Batman the Animated Series font, and I'm like, must have. But
Scott, have you seen the Harley Quinn episode? Last week?
I need to. I'm gonna have to. I
haven't watched last week's.
I'm in the middle of episode 4, so I have to do a binge to catch up on season 3 of Harley Quinn.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah. But
I'm gonna DM you about that shirt when it goes live, Scott, because I need to find it.
Oh, it's alive. Hey, do you want I'll drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, drop the link.
I'll drop the link in the chat. But also on the email, by the way, limited time only this weekend, you can get The Batman and Zack Snyder's Justice League for $9.99 if you don't already own it digitally.
See? I mean, that's
stuff why are you gonna fight about this? Because then years later, again, at some point, there'll be another Batman that's not even passing, that's not Affleck. It's a rotating thing. So why? They're not you're always gonna have those special moments with Batfleck. Like everything you got, it doesn't get taken away. Of course, you want more, but even then, you're still getting more.
We have 7 hours. We have 7 hours of Batfleck. I mean,
and you got Flash coming up, and you got Aquaman coming up. He might not be the main character, but still, some people got a one and done. Mark Strong is a great fucking Sinestro. Are we ever gonna see him again? No, probably. No.
Well, look at like Ben Affleck has shown you BBS, obviously, and then of course Suicide Squad. He showed up in that. I mean, obviously, we want to get the actual air cut out. But then, of course, we have Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is 4 hours of like that Batman, and then we're gonna get him in Aquaman. It's like we like he's been playing him like a lot. I mean, that's the thing. It's like okay, and we love that. But at the same time, it's like I don't know how many times where I've like had some of these guys who like, I'm not toxic, but then why are you in my mentions when you don't follow me and you're talking shit about the Batman? And I'm like, well, it's Sparkly Batman. I'm like, again, can you do better? Can you do better? I
think the problem you're always gonna have, which is a good thing, because like it led to like a lot of people finding your show, and you had like Zach on. That's like such an achievement, because you are like, that's how I first heard about you, even before like you nicely shared stuff about the charity stream. And once I met like Scott, that's like I saw him do podcasts with you. But even then, I was like, okay, this is a guy that Zack Snyder did a stream with. Like that's who you were when I first like heard of you, and that's why for you in the story of Zack Snyder releasing the Snyder Cut, the online community, you're one of those figureheads that's always going to be associated with that process.
That's what
so like no matter what, they're always going to look to you to have an opinion. Yeah, but they're always going to look to you to have an opinion, and it should be in their mind. They think, well, Dave almost should feel like this because he was a part of this movement. But it's like at the same, like you said, the whole Sparkle Batman thing. It's a weird take now. Like I got the jokes the first year, I got it, but like so many years later. But that's why for you're always going to be in the thick of it, because your face is all over it. Like stuff with Junkee XL stream. Those are things that even when I wasn't following the
beloved motherfuckers right here,
they would come onto my timeline as far as like, oh, I've seen this stuff, and that's for many other people too. So that's the thing. Like you always are going to have that for good and bad. There's tons more good than anything, because like, you have
way more.
You
good.
fucking met and talked to Zack Snyder. All the shit. Like
I'm all about the good. And see, that's the thing, is like a lot of people really need to focus on that too. It's like, and Jay Oliva, like when he was going off it, he was just like, the fact that it's starting to spill out into his world, the fact that he works in Hollywood and he makes movies and stuff like that, and the fact that he
even Grace is saying that a lot of the time, that industry insiders believe that
don't
these
talk
people
about your crush, Casey. Come on.
No, but I mean the way she says it, people get triggered. But then one time or twice she tweeted that the truth doesn't matter, the perception matters, and right now the perception
is reality. I want to get a little update on that link Scott sent. I'm not sure you won't be able to see it. All is this and not available in your country, the motherfuckers. So I'm gonna have to use a VPN, and then I'm gonna have to.
I am so ordering this shirt.
I know, isn't it a sweet shirt? Oh, and by the way, I also just found.
I can't even see it. It doesn't even show me a picture of the shirt. Like I don't even know what it looks like still.
Hold on. I'll share the screen. I'll share. Well,
that always happens.
I'm gonna just show you just the tip there.
What do you think? What do you think Merchmates happened?
Oh, look at that.
That's a good one.
Red,
I like that.
Red letters too.
Oh yeah.
Another one I have to buy, and Scott, you might remember this. Do you remember the shirt they sold with like a Mask of Phantasm special edition where it's red? It's red. And it has all the characters on it and stuff like that. I had it as a kid, but obviously I grew out of it. And I have to get it. But I feel like multiple times I've seen it. It costs a lot, but I feel like Scott has a shit-eating smile, so he probably owns it or something like that.
You might be seeing me wearing it in a couple of weeks.
There you go. Okay, I didn't want to play a spoiler. There you go. It's a great shirt, though. It's beautiful.
I think it's okay to reveal right now, Dave, that Dave and I have been in talks because we've only got 2 episodes on the Fan Animated stream Sunday nights at 9:00 Central here on the Film Junkee YouTube channel. We've only got 2 more episodes of season 1 of Batman the Animated Series.
It's a long season.
It's 65 episodes.
Yeah.
For the first season.
What, a year and a half?
It was a year and a half. Yeah. It was a year and a half. And but we are planning a special night, special time, extra long episode where we will be discussing Mask of the Phantasm, and fuck yeah, am I wearing that shirt?
It deserves it. It deserves it. That's arguably, like, if anyone looks at me and says, "Hey, that's the best Batman movie," I go, "Yeah, sure." Like, I can't argue that.
That's what I say. If you let me count animation and you say, "What's your favorite Batman movie?" Mask of the Phantasm. I don't even blink.
Yeah,
it's so good. It's it's in the. When everybody goes like, "Oh, you can't count on animation," I'm like, "Have you watched that fucking movie?"
Fuck you.
I'm counting animation.
People are acting. People are. It's an art, you know. Yeah.
Good God, it's
but
so
like
good.
when you're talking about Superman, that's who I always go to, and people say, "What's your definitive Batman?" Even comics, video games, live action. For me, it's the Batman animated series, specifically the OG stuff, because I don't like when Batman starts to have a relationship with Barbara down the line. Don't like anything in the new adventures later on. Like, just got a little weird for me. Didn't like that. It was a strange dynamic, but that original run, that show, I don't know. It's just it was a weird choice back then, and I'm not trying to be like woke. It just was weird. Of like, she's a kid, she's dating Dick, and then when we jump forward years later, it's like Bruce and her together, and like the dynamic of him with Gordon. It's like it's a fucking weird sort of thing which I wish they never did. But
how do you feel about Batman and Lois?
Oh, I'm fine with it. Like, now I don't know. I know what you're alluding to. Yeah, like with the movie, like I don't know how I would have felt in the moment, because I'm talking about that stuff too. Like, I feel like when 2015, 2016, you guys have talked about this before, when I thought that the DCEU, which I wasn't the biggest fan of, I like things a little bit better than other things, varying degrees, but when I thought that was the non-5 movie plan, this is going to be it for 20 years. I enjoy those movies now, knowing kind of what the idea was behind them. But for me, there was like a lot, I don't know how I would have felt. And if this would have been at that time, me thinking, oh, hey, this is going to be the next 20 years, and Batman and Lois are shacking up, it would have been a very strange dynamic. I think Ben and Amy could have done it. It could have been great, like some great moments and chemistry. But it's one of those things that I think I'd have to see on screen, because every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, but in the animated series, it happens, right? It's one of those things.
It's literally when Batman and Superman meet up. The whole 3-part arc is Batman and Lois, is Bruce and Lois dating. But I like how it ends up where she's just like when she finds out, and she's like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
You know? And then because there's an episode where Batman comes back to Metropolis, because there was like, you know, they did a couple more crossover episodes that were technically Superman episodes. I remember he comes back, and I love it. There's a callback to that between Batman and Lois, and they just kind of look at each other, and Lois is like, "So you came back to town, huh?" And I just love it, because Dana Delaney as Lois Lane,
so good.
Oh yeah,
great.
She's so good. My God, man, love.
I don't think that's the best idea or whatever, but I just love how it's an immediate no for some people, and they just get how bad of an idea it is, how he would never do that and stuff like that. Like, it happens all the time in real life, firstly, and secondly, it adds drama.
Oh, yes.
Like, you're not supposed to love it. That's the point.
Yeah, but I will admit though that I remember when the whiteboards came out, and and I was able to, like, I was smart. And before they all got pulled, I downloaded every single one of those photos so that I could read. Because I remember on our Patreon, we had a complete Squadcast Media Raw discussion that was just us discussing the whiteboard story.
That was a crazy day when that all
Yeah,
went
oh my
down.
God,
I remember
what a day.
hitting people like, "Do you have the screenshot?" And like, same thing I had on a Twitter thread, but it's like, just remember, like, "Oh, well, I have some of them, but not all of them." And it was just like, it felt like the Pentagon like files had leaked, and we're all like, "Oh, I gotta see this."
There's UFOs, man.
But Casey, I'm one of those people that when you read those original whiteboards, I'm not. Like, it's like I'm not offended. I'm not clutching my pearls or anything, but it's like, I'm glad they went away. Like, I'm glad that was one of the story ideas that kind of got revised. Yeah, because
that's what it was. It was a rough draft.
It was a rough draft.
It was Zach. It was Zach with two comic book people that were just coming up with like ideas.
What about this? What about this?
What about this? What about this? So you had one person drawing and you had one person writing, and that was about it, and that's the thing. And then and I love that it got released, and even Zach, like, he said it on the Vodka stream with Ray Porter. He goes, if we don't get a sequel, that might be the closest thing you got right there, and I was like, yeah, it's cool. Like, there's some I love the Riddler stuff. Him trying to
the
figure
Riddler
out
stuff is like
the Riddler, trying to figure out the anti-life equation and the way that he looked and all this stuff like that, because that was like the ultimate thing. I thought that was a chef kiss, and I thought the thing with Orm and Aquaman, which kind of is going to be utilized for Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool that they're kind of taking maybe some of those story beats and applying it over here. Sweet.
Ben Affleck is in it.
The what?
Now Ben Affleck is in it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's all coming together. Confirmed. Just League 2, Netflix, 2025. It's happening. You're gonna have to watch it.
It's gonna end up on different studios. What are you talking about?
I love how in that article.
Oh my God, they totally threw Peacock under the bus on that article.
They said it sucks. Oh man, that's pretty sad. I mean, that's the thing, though. See, that's the thing when it comes to those articles. Yeah, I mean, there's so many streaming services out there. It's like, which ones are suffering? Probably a lot of them. They're all struggling. Like I said, Amazon is in its own space because it's got the whole Amazon, just corporation behind it. So it's like, okay, yeah, maybe they're spending a little too much money on stuff, and maybe it's not like reaching like what they want it to reach. But at the same time, they have all that backing.
They have capital.
They have capital.
That's
the word I was looking for.
House money.
That's the word.
It's house money. They're playing with house money. Yes.
They're playing with house money, so they're able to do that. That's why we're glad that like a series like Blade, 2099 is going to be going over there, because they'll treat it with okay, we got the money, and smart on Zaslav and them to be like, yeah, you take that because we don't have the money for that shit, and if you want to make a quality product, there you go. Right there, when
100% profit from their thing. You pay us the licensing fee. You spend the money to actually make it.
Exactly. And then you got your Apple TV's got probably its own thing too, because it's Apple, so and they got some good series. I mean, I know KC, you're just like,
they have such
they have more good series. I'll disappear in the app and I'll go, when the fuck did this? It's one of those situations where you go, when did this come out? Like, no one told me. It's a little bit like the Netflix problem, where you're like, you start digging through the catalog, you go,
where did this come from?
I know this exists.
The thing with Apple TV though is that every single show will have high budget and top quality. Like quality control is their priority. Like, even if you,
what do they have? What does Apple have? They have Yeah, but Netflix doesn't have that. HBO Max doesn't have that. I mean, that's the thing. Is like who? I mean, like, Hulu is pretty good though because they've been. I mean, I remember reading like an article like Disney. What's his name? Dan Chapek. Bob. Yeah, he said like eventually Disney Plus and Hulu will merge, and I'm like, man. But at the same time, it's like okay. But at the same time, it's like when we're hearing about all the stuff that Warner Brothers Discovery is going through, same things, Netflix and even Disney, they're having layoffs because they're realizing, oh man, we've spent way too much money on a lot of shit because the streaming wars, none of these companies were ready for the streaming wars. They were not. Amazon's fine because when the pandemic happened, everybody was ordering shit online. Yeah. So they have that capital, like we were just talking about. But when it comes to like all the other streaming services, I mean, this whole streaming wars, it was like, yeah, we were supposed to be at the beginning stages of that. And then eventually we were going to get to that. But the pandemic just totally pulled that into the forefront. And I don't think a lot of these streaming services were ready. Netflix was just going, hey, what do you need? What do we need? We got to fill up our library. Go. And then they realized, oh, shit, our cash flow is not really that good right now. And that's why their stock went down and all this stuff. So I think they just weren't ready for it. And that's why we're seeing about the layoffs and stuff like that. But at the same time, you know, Zaslav and Warner Brothers Discovery, they're at the forefront because it's like a new merger, and everybody thinks after the whole Batgirl thing that Zaslav is like this evil person right here. So anything when it comes to layoffs, they're going to be on the forefront. But then you can actually dig and see articles where you're seeing that Disney are laying off people, Netflix is laying off people. You know, it's there, but it's not at the forefront because Warner Brothers Discovery is at the top of the headlines when it comes to that, because that's what's getting the clicks.
Well, they got the target painted on their head.
Exactly.
It's a bloodletting at this point.
Yeah,
I think if Zaslav did cancel Batgirl, then people would have been, you know, a little bit less vocal about how.
Oh yeah,
yes,
100%.
And but I mean, another thing is that, you know, he didn't have any wins so far. Like, he's still in the cutting down phase, and we still have to see the building up phase. And the first project in the DCEU, he still hasn't greenlit. And now it's just Joker 2, Batman 2, and Constantine.
But now we got Constantine.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
That was like new project is not there yet.
Yeah, true. But I mean, this was very much a win. Like, it was a W where people were like, "Oh my god, look at this!" And it was super smart because it's like, again, Keanu Reeves, you know, he's just beloved by everybody, and we want to see this, and hopefully this all goes through. But yeah, I mean, I think this was like probably like one of the big wins when it comes to that. And I think it's going to help some things. It's not going to totally help things, obviously, but at the same time, I think it's like, all right, finally, there's something good that came out of this. You know, you know, after the whole
just hope that they bring him into the DCU. Like, I want Keanu into DCU so bad.
Him interacting with other characters now. I mean, that's just what you got to do. I mean, you can. I mean, this even goes back to the whole Henry Cavill thing. I mean, how many times have we talked about the Henry Cavill thing? And it's like, all right, you have to get Superman's house in order. You build around Henry Cavill. He's beloved too. And as far as I could tell, that's still just like up in the fucking air. I mean, I know there's certain people that they're 100% certain that he's in Black Adam and all this kind of stuff. I'm still on a reservation about it because it's never been confirmed on my end. I hope for the best, but I'm not going to be 100% like, yeah, he's there, guys. Expect it when you watch Black Adam. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. But you get Keanu Reeves locked in. That's good. That could possibly be better than Henry Cavill. I don't know. But then at the same time, it's, you know, you're talking about Superman and Constantine, which a lot of people are like, who's fucking Constantine? Oh, he's a drunk who smokes a lot that you know, can do exorcisms. You know, it's like,
that really wouldn't matter because it's Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
He's a complete dick.
He's a complete dick. He's not. He's a likable dick, though, I guess. You know, but if they could lock down Henry Cavill, also, Jesus Christ, damn, then we're good. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you got Keanu Reeves, cool. Now you can, if you get Cavill and then somehow make them interact, then you got something. You're fucking cooking with butter right there.
I'm pretty sure Keanu would play some tricks to weaken Superman or something using magic.
Exactly.
That would be really funny to see. And then Batman will one up Constantine.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many possibilities. I mean, so many possibilities for like something with with these crossovers and stuff like that to make these epic films, and if you can get Batfleck, if you get Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill totally on board, I mean, I'm still 100% about that team up, that world's finest thing. But yeah, then you incorporate some Constantine in there, man. I mean, and with Keanu Reeves, you could get really, I mean, you have a movie that's going to have some dark elements with Batman and Superman. It doesn't even have to be like you have a crossover film with like something with that where Batman's maybe more involved than Superman, but Superman makes a cameo with Henry Cavill and something like that. You could have some pretty epic films with not having like a big, huge team up film like what they're doing at Marvel, where you have to have everybody just Avengers assemble, blah, blah, blah. You just have like those guys. Can you imagine like a film that has the appearance of Keanu Reeves, Ben Affleck, and Henry Cavill like as their characters? I mean, yeah, you better believe they're thinking about this shit.
The next thing they should do is just bring back Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my god,
that is also another big name, and that would really
Keanu and Ryan.
Well, remember, Zach even said that he would very much that would be his Hal Jordan. I mean, I that's so fun. I still remember that day.
If it were up to me, for the 10-year plan, I would just build out the JSA with The Rock and all that, and then steal Dr. Fate from them and have him in the jail dark.
Oh yeah, you got Pierce Brosnan too. Can you imagine adding that element to it? Oh my god.
Do jail dark separately and then have Justice League storyline separately, and then whatever Suicide Squad is doing. And in the end, at the 10-year ending, they can do the team up for all of these teams after they had like 10 years of storytelling. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this could be just like a step in the right direction. I mean, yeah, that Keanu.
I'm just still waiting for that first announcement, new project. What's that?
2024 is when you're gonna get it.
Probably gonna get that. Yeah,
and then they sell. We're doing this stuff, and then we're selling it to someone else. Yeah.
All I hope for is like, okay, so yeah, when it comes to the DC head job, they can't find anybody who wants the job because. It's just that's the way it is. Like, nobody's like wanting this job because they're like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Mm-hmm. So, but they have Alan Horn, at least. Yeah. And I believe that some of this Constantine stuff might be an Alan Horn. It's got to be like a little. There's gonna be Alan Horn.
Wasn't he around when that movie was made?
I believe yes, he was. So I mean, I would not be surprised if he was like going, dude. Think about it. I mean, even though it's not a character that people are like totally familiar with, more people know about it now because of Matt Ryan and the CW and stuff like that. But imagine just bringing back this character, Keanu fucking Reeves. No more Matrix. Matrix is done. He's got John Wick. That's his franchise right now. It's popular as fuck. Bring him back. He wants to come back. We got to do something with this. If Cavill's like still just on, we still can't get him yet. This is the next best thing. We have this. We have Keanu Reeves. I mean, I would not be surprised if Alan Horn was like, dude, let's do this. This is part of it. And if they can't find a DC head and it's going to be Michael DeLuca and Pamela Abdi, Alan Horn's going to be part of that trifecta of decision making. When it comes
Can they not divide the jobs there? Like, clearly, Mike DeLuca is the comic book fan, so he should just become the DC head, and Pam Abdi can run movie pictures. Why not do that?
It's probably what's going to end up happening. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, that's what one of the things the article even said on THR was like, oh yeah, I mean, they're going to end up basically splitting the job. And it's like, yeah, why not? Why not have a team? Not just have the one person, have the team, show that, when we see like produced by, whenever time we see Kevin Feige's name, just produced by those two, and maybe even add Alan Horn. I don't know how they're approaching it. Like I said, it'd be awesome to be a fly on the wall in some of those meetings, but this if this 100% and this doesn't end up on Scott's list again of like development limbo, yeah, this could be just like a big, huge W. You got a beloved fucking actor playing a character again after 17 years. It could really help. And if you could lock in Cavill and Batfleck, oh my God, you don't even know. Like that would just totally just that. If you want to talk about course correcting, Jesus Christ, that's some course correcting.
I would believe that this would happen because.
What'd you say, Scott?
We just need to stop eating ourselves alive as a fan base.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the thing. It's like there's so much negativity, and I get that. And when I get those responses, I'm like, hey, just relax. It's just this. Let's see what happens, and then you never know what could happen too. That's why it's like, don't give up on Snyderverse stuff, because you never know with this 10-year plan after Zack's done and all stuff like that. Maybe he's going, hey, see what's happening over there? Look what they're actually building something over there. And then he has conversations with them. He meets with he finally meets with David Zaslav in WBD. And then he goes, hey, maybe we could do something. Maybe it's not going to be like what I planned originally, but hey, maybe we can do something where we can have these Justice League sequels that are still building off my stuff, because there's no way they're getting away from the Snyderverse stuff. The Snyderverse stuff is here to stay. Yeah, it might be tweaked and go in different directions with different directors, but the foundation of the Snyderverse is going to be in these movies. I don't care what anybody fucking says, and I hate the shit. I hate when I see that stuff. This is what Jay Oliva was kind of talking about too, when people push back and want things to fail, movies to fail. It's ridiculous. When you have The Flash is the most, it's going to have the most Snyderverse in it. That's what's so funny. And it's just so, but everybody goes, but Hamada. Yeah, but I saw you tweet about Dune. Guess who fucking executive produced that? Walter Hamada, you fuck. I mean, come on, do your research. Look at your IMDb. It's like, oh, you just only care about the cave shit. That's what it is. Sorry.
But I love that, in the beginning of The Flash, there's kind of an action scene with some of the members of the JL. Yeah. And okay, so we know that Batfleck is definitely having a chase scene. We saw the behind-the-scenes pictures of the bike and all that. So I don't understand how people can look at that. And you even know that Zod is coming back in that movie. So I don't see how people look at that and say they're following the Justice League timeline and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just weird to me at this point when people believe that. I don't know if they actually believe that or just they want to push the narrative, of that movie turning out that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, what are you sending here, Scott? Oh, damn. Scott, what are you doing to me?
I'm making you go broke like me.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, I'm about to
Misery loves company. Join me in the poorhouse.
3 t-shirts. This is a cool shirt right here. You got Wayne Enterprises shirt right here, and then you got all this stuff right here. I love this.
All the divisions on the back.
Divisions right there. I am so getting that shirt too. Oh my God, jeez, that's a cool shirt. Yeah, I'm totally gonna. Luckily, I got paid today, so maybe. Jeez. Oh, that's so good. But no,
that's always the wrong time to look at the new stuff.
I know, right? Oh, right. Oh, it's horrible.
I have a Darkseid statue coming on Wednesday. I don't need to be buying more T-shirts. Just stay in.
Jeez, that's gonna be a funny one. No, but yeah, when it comes to Jay Oliva, it's like, but again, I even said it at the beginning of the stream. I'm like, there were people that are, part of kind of like that vocal minority that I saw, and and I always give credit where credit's due, because I saw some people go like, hey guys, you could disagree with him. I don't fully agree with everything he's saying, but don't dogpile him. This is not right. He makes some good points, and this is not going to make matters, any better. And I was like, damn, look at that. There's actually people that are, at first they pushed back, and then Jay Oliva pushed back again. And then they went, okay, I get what you're saying. All right, here we go. I don't fully agree with maybe what you're doing right now, everything, but you are making some good points. And then all of a sudden they were seeing the very vocal minority of the fandom going crazy at him right now, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, this is not. No, you're doing what he, and stuff like that." So I'm kind of going like, "All right, at least I saw some of that. But of course, there's going to be those certain ones, we all know the ones that are just going to be like, nope, sorry, you're now on the shit list there, Jay Oliva. And it's like, what?
I don't understand the end game or the plan for these people. Like, plan. Everyone wants, everyone just wants Justice League 2 with Zack, right? Fine. So you are doing all this just to get that, but this isn't helping. So just ask yourself, what is more important to you? Do you want to stop fighting on, Twitter and all that and try to get that movie or whatever? Or do you just want to win on Twitter, compromising what you actually want? Yeah. I don't understand what the plan is here.
There is no plan. There is no plan because it's like, okay, so Zack comes back, or like say like Zack already, like it was already in the process, and we get our Justice League 2 and 3. Okay, so then after that, then what? What would you guys? What's the plan after that? What are you guys gonna do? Like, I think it's almost like it just gets to the point where they where some of these guys just that their whole. Like I said, maybe their lives are just not that great, and that's their whole thing is fighting for whatever. I don't know to this point. Like I said, I keep saying is going, the further we get away from the Snyder Cut releasing, the crazier they get. And again, when I saw the term anti-Snyder rhetoric, I'm like, what? That's not even, that's a thing? Like what? Jay Oliva is saying anti-Snyder rhetoric. You're talking about a guy that Zack Snyder fully respects and has worked with him nonstop and is working with him currently. Anti-Snyder rhetoric. What the fuck are you on?
That's the thing that happened back in 2020 as well, where you remember Mark Hughes' article with Forbes. He was pitching the Snyderverse animated projects and stuff in an opinion piece, and Jay Oliva was supporting that and also trying to make people understand what that actually was. So from what I gather, and what my theory about that at that point was, that they were probably in talks of developing some of the other Snyderverse stories that could potentially become animation projects. Like, for example, that Robin stuff, right? And the Joker stuff. That doesn't necessarily need to happen in the live action movie. That could be a separate thing as an animated movie or a comic book, as Zack said, right? Yeah. So I feel like at that point they were in discussions of having some of those stories with Jim Lee and Jay Oliva getting made into animated projects, because why not, right? You don't have to make everything live action and spend all that money. So I feel like he's coming from that point of view, because he's frustrated that he's fighting for this universe and making these projects happen, but there are those conversations he's getting in those meetings but what about the fans? Like, would they just accept it? Would they just keep getting, if we keep getting these things, would they just turn on us again? Why do we need to satisfy their needs? Are they big enough? All that conversation, right? So that is 2020. And then Toby took over, Snyderverse was dead, all that stuff happened, right? And now Toby is gone, Hamada is gone. Maybe there is another spark of that, getting back on the table again for Jay Oliva, where he can pitch certain projects for the Snyderverse that could spin off from Zack Snyder's Justice League. What about he's already trying to have those conversations, but in those meetings they're being shut down, and that's why he's frustrated.
You might be right about that, because I think even on when Zack's been on here, he's talked, he has talked about like the possibility of like the continuation of some stories or even spinoffs could be, that's the thing. It's like, but it's like, yeah, some of these guys are like, nope, live action or nothing. It's like, what? Why? Like, tell me why exactly. Why is it live action or nothing? Because that's what you want, and because I mean that's the thing is like I think some of these guys, the fact that the Snyder Cut got released went to their heads. Like, I have control. I can do this. You know, I can make this. I could restore a whole universe. I'm like, it's not the same. It's not the same. You know,
when you had a movie that, except for 5 minutes, was entirely shot 5 years previously.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, Jesus Christ. Ugh. But you might be right, Casey, about the whole thing. Like, maybe there was meetings when it came to possibly like doing stuff like that, and maybe they turned it all down. Like, maybe he had meetings about, hey, well, what about, you know, continuing his stories, animation, and blah blah blah. And the executives were like, have you seen the fucking fans? I mean, Jesus Christ, you know. And so he was like, ah, shit. You know, so maybe that was like a frustration of his that he's been holding on to, where he's going like, guys, I mean, the negativity that's coming from a vocal minority is fucking anything up from continuing. You know, we could very much have more stories in this universe, like directly, and it could be in animation form directed by me. Could be like me, like doing it with help from Zach. We could do this, but you guys are dogpiling on people and throwing shade at like Matt Reeves and saying like he made like a shitty Batman, a weak, like, you know, weak Batman and blah 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 and stuff like that. And it's like, you guys aren't helping your cause here, you know. So I don't know. Yeah, you might.
I feel like
remember back in the day when we used to get like animated tie-in kind of things. Yeah. Think about, like, you know, there was that whole. I haven't watched it yet, but there was like that animated movie for the Riddick movies that was like.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Between like Pitch Black and Chronicles of Riddick, and then like they even look at Watchmen when we got those directive. We got Animatrix for Matrix, and then we got like when Tales from the Black Freighter was originally released as the animated movie when Watchmen was out in theaters, or we got the Under the Hood, like they did like the mockumentary, like in-universe mockumentary with all the actors playing like the old. No Minutemen characters. It was like we used to have those kind of things, and we were cool with it. You know, we were just go and buy the DVD at like Best Buy. You know, we were. It kind of goes back to my original point that it's like we used to live in a world when we liked what we got in whatever form we got it, and we lost that thread.
Spoiled.
And I think for some people lost the thread. And some people never had that experience of consuming their media that way. And there's a little bit of it's sort of the post MCU effect where, yeah, I mean, and Ray was actually talking about this, and I kind of agreed with this. It's like, guys, yes, the MCU is what it is now. It is a cold stone fact, whether you like it, love it, hate it, whatever your feelings on it, but it didn't spring out of the ground immaculately conceived. They had to build that. I mean, Feige worked on all those 20th Century Fox, you know, Marvel
X-Men.
movies. Go Daredevil, Elektra, Ghost Rider. I mean, his name is on all of those movies, and not all those movies were bangers. And then go back and look at. And if box office is your deal, go back and look at the box office on Phase 1. Those
no movies, $1 billion, no billion. You know, people.
Not at all. And actually, some of my favorites are the ones that didn't make a lot of money. You know, in Phase 1. But I love all those Phase 1 movies. Every single one of them. I you know, that's the one I go. Phase 1 is my favorite phase because 100% of Phase 1 movies I will watch. I mean. I will pop those suckers in. Whatever you think about them, I'm a fan of all those movies.
Exactly.
And so, you know, once again, I'm just loving the love the Incredible Hulk is getting now. It's
I know.
They bringing back the leader.
Well, you know what?
They're bringing back the leader.
Yeah, it is crazy because even with She-Hulk, you got the Abomination that's in there. You got Tim Roth that came back. I mean, it's like there's like a lot of love that has been shown. And yeah, I know when it came to D23 and they talked about the leader and what's his name? John Blake or whatever. John Blake? If I don't remember the actor's name.
Tim Blake
Tim Blake
Nelson.
Nelson. There you go. I know he was in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? He's been in a lot of movies, but that's
a lot of things.
Yeah,
yes.
That's a movie that I remembered, like the Coen Brothers movie, but which is a great movie, by the way. But anyways, yeah, it's just the fact that he's coming back, and it's like, yeah, there were so many times where I remember just going, that never went anywhere. Remember when he's like laying on the ground, after being fucked up, and he got that spilled on him, and you see his head go, like doing that thing. That was it. And it was like, yeah, they never went back to that. And now here we are. What? That was in 2008, right? And now here we are in 2022. Yes. Like, oh yeah, he's finally coming back as the character that we teased in that second movie of the MCU. That's crazy. And I'm like, good on you guys for actually doing that, because you're not just like, everything that you're doing is not just like going, yeah, just because you don't have to like everything. But I love that. I mean, it's interesting that he's going to be the main
Captain America
movie.
Yeah,
no, Captain America. I was like, that's an interesting choice for him to come back. I was like, all right, cool. Maybe I don't. I was like, I even saw a lot of people going, why the hell in Captain America, this new Captain America? I'm like, well, I mean, hopefully they figure out a good story for it. I mean, I'm looking forward to it, but yeah, it is a pretty random way to bring him back. You think you want to bring him back in like a Hulk movie, but I mean, right now Hulk's kind of like, he's in this kind of lull of like, yeah, but then, Mark Ruffalo has said, maybe we can get back to the whole Berserker, World War Hulk at one of these points. And hopefully they do. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, everything's about She-Hulk right now, so yeah.
They kind of blew the, that's the thing though, is that when you had the Hulk versus Thor Gladiator stuff in Ragnarok, that's basically from the World War Hulk story.
Planet Hulk, yeah. It's kind of like that.
No, that's Planet.
Yeah,
that's Planet Hulk, because World War Hulk is when he comes back from Planet Hulk.
Yeah. So
I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing though. It's like when it comes to these movies, you can't do like the full on, story. I mean, and that's where I was almost like, well, maybe DC should just adapt like their good stories, like full on, and try to connect them like that. Just make full on movies of like some of these books and just say, fuck it, let's not do what they're doing. But then people are going to be like, wait a minute, what is this connect to what? I mean, what's happening?
Flashpoint would have been a good one, and they could have had it connected because they already had the history lesson and Amazon and Atlanteans, the storyline there. They had Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Lauren Cohan, and all of that stuff was already there. So, I mean, that movie would have been cool and it would have been huge. But the things how they play out, they just couldn't do it. And it's not to say that this movie is not as interesting as that, but that would have been cool as well. And Flashpoint, I feel like the DCEU could have definitely done, and they had all the right pieces.
Yeah, and they're going to be doing something. I do like the fact that it's like, oh, we're going to do Flashpoint with multiverse and bring in Keaton, and I'm very much excited about that. And I think that's going to be something special and something pretty damn cool. And you're going to have Batfleck, you're going to have Keaton. It's like, all right, that's why, I mean, the whole concept of the Flash, I couldn't just go like, nah, fucking man, it's going to erase the Snyderverse and stuff like. I couldn't get behind that. Well, first off, just even talking to the people working on it, obviously, your DJ and your Brian Herodas, and just hearing them talk about it, it's just like, yeah, I can't just disown this whole thing like some of these people are doing. And that's part of the thing that Jay Oliva was saying too, is like, you can't just do that. I would not be surprised if Jay Oliva is going to be like a huge supporter of the Flash movie and be like, hey, and just totally be a team player when it comes to that. Which of course they'll just turn on him more, but but I like the fact that they took that approach instead of just doing like, hey, we're just going to do a time travel thing and he fucks up the timeline and then we have this. No, it's going to go multiverse and somehow, we get a Keaton Batman. I thought that was a pretty cool idea. Remember, there was that whole rumor like, oh, Keaton's just playing Thomas Wayne. Was that your girl that said that, Casey? I think it was Grace.
Oh man,
Grace. I know I don't have the drop ready, but yeah. I know. I remember she said, I was like, why would no?
That
I feel like a lot of
always be ready. It should always be.
I know.
It
should always be in the
should
chamber.
always be in the chamber.
Should always be in the chamber. I didn't have my.
I feel like a lot of the stuff that she says comes through mistranslation or miscommunication from her source or their source and their source. Because like, why would Keaton play Thomas Wayne? That doesn't add anything.
That man could not produce Ben Affleck. I mean, he's a little dude. I mean, he's a short dude. He's not.
He's a short dude.
Yeah, but then you look at Jeffrey Dean Morgan and go, yeah, that guy can produce that. You know, that's a dude that could produce a Ben Affleck. You know, it's like that's why it's like, you know. And then it was funny too because I think one of the things I asked Zach when the first time he was on the stream, I was like, did you have intentions for like a?
That was very surprising to me.
And he goes, no, didn't. Yeah. Didn't,
because that's perfect casting.
But at the same time, that's how good he is with casting. He goes, I need a Thomas Wayne that could produce this big, huge honking fucking Ben Affleck. Jeffrey Dean, who I've worked with before, let me hit him up. And Jeffrey Dean was like, yeah, let's do this. And it was like perfect, you know. But then at the same time, people are like, Jesus Christ, this guy could be in a bat suit if you wanted to. If we do a fucking Flashpoint Batman, we can have Jeffrey Dean in that costume. He very much could play the part. And Jeffrey Dean was all about it. He's still all about it. You know, he's still like anytime people.
Not only that, the Martha Joker thing too. Like her face when she smiles, that can definitely be a Joker smile. Like, both of them were perfect casting. Yeah. So that's why I was surprised that he did not have that in mind. You know.
Yeah. Thank you, Collector, for the $5. Clearly, the future of DC movies were impacted by negative reviews and toxic journalism. So is it wrong for fans who enjoy it to try to turn on them?
The thing with that is it's not about wrong or right. Do you want what you want or no? Do the smart thing. Like if a person has a chocolate bar and you really want it and only that person has it, do you have any kind of beef with him or do you just want to manipulate him and take the chocolate bar? Like, why would you, say fuck off and all that, even if he's being rude to you? Like, wouldn't you try your best to get that chocolate bar first before saying anything back? Like, I don't get this mentality that is it wrong for fans to be emotional? Sure, you can be emotional. What is that getting you?
I feel like people need to read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a cliche, and I know it, but it's like, but you attract more flies with honey than with vinegar. And I guess maybe it's the Southern in me, we can be a little passive aggressive, bless your heart, dear Lord, never have someone say that to you. Cause that just means fuck you.
Bless your heart. Yeah. You don't want to get one of those.
Bless your heart. Aren't you special? Yeah. Oh my God. You get the combo of those two.
You don't want those two.
This thing I learned from that movie, Vengeance, that I saw. So,
I need to see that movie. I've heard great things
about
it.
That is an amazing movie. So there's this Southern family, and obviously they're so kind and everything to the lead character. And in one scene, the mother just says, "Bless your heart," and that implied that. And I was like, "Wow, this is amazing."
You don't want to get that.
Casey. That's my world. Like you have just experienced my world. It's like when you hear "bless your heart," that just means.
I feel like you would really enjoy that movie. It's absolutely beautiful.
When it comes to there was a lot of negativity. There was a lot of stuff when it came to journalism, stuff like that came when it came to like Snyder stuff and blah blah blah. And we all defended it. And it was just like, okay. But I mean, like the approach I took, it wasn't like I was like going directly and just tweeting at all these stuff and saying just like this shit and that shit. I just like, hey, this, that, and this, and then, but then look what happened when it came to all that. Now Zack Snyder, he's a fucking brand. He literally put his name in front of Justice League, and it got approved. I mean, you could you see the title. It's Zack Snyder's Justice League. that is some boss shit right there. Because I mean, there's directors out there, of course, that have done that, but they've done it with their own stuff that they've conjured up. Zack Snyder put his name in front of things of something that's been around, characters that have been around for like 80 years. I mean, that's what's so great about that, and it got approved because I mean, it's just one of those things. But it's at the same time, it's like, all right. Yeah, there was all that stuff now, but we won. So now take a step back and be like, all right. So now we've got other stuff too. Like you got Matt Reeves making his Batman, which Zach totally praised when he saw that first fucking trailer at DC Fandom. But you guys are just gonna go like, Matt Reeves sucks. He's a piece of shit director. You're gonna tweet at him. I've seen tweets at him. You're gonna come at people who support it. And I'm like, wait a minute, this is what we were fighting against when it was Zach, like, you know, making his stuff. Now you guys, you know, it's just that Harvey Dent line from Dark Knight. You know, you live long enough to, you know, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. That's what a lot of this stuff has become when it comes to that side of the fandom. Is like now all of a sudden they're pushing back against everything and calling everything garbage and tweeting at David F. Sandberg, tweeting at The Rock, tweeting at all this stuff, saying like, fuck all your shit. I don't want it. This is bullshit. You don't know what you're doing and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, that's not the way it should be. It's like, you don't want to see it. Just be quiet about it. Just lay back, see what happens. There's not everything's going to be a success. And maybe eventually like you'll get the stuff that you want, or maybe there'll be some kind of tie into what you want. You'll be surprised. I don't know. And I think that's what Jay Oliva is seeing and hearing and wanting to be like, hey, let's
exactly.
Yeah.
Like last year, the problem with fans, you know, asking for anything Snyderverse and all that was that there was this top layer of execs that 100% would never bring back Zack Snyder. Like
2 days after Snyder Cut drops. Oh,
yeah, it was just over for them. Yeah, like know, that was the one block, and there was never just getting past that at all. And they just definitively said that it's over, right? So now that those people are gone, now we don't have the layer of we don't want Snyder. It's just that we don't immediately want him, and he's an option. Then why fuck up the chance now when you have people like Jay Oliva trying to have meetings and stuff? And especially after watching today's episode, how cool did those fucking 15 seconds look?
Exactly. I mean, I get this is the thing that I'm looking at when I see comments like that. And this is why responding on the internet when everything is like typed and you don't have inflection and you don't have that immediate back and forth of, hey, can you clarify what you mean by that? Like that's why, fuck it, I hate texting. Give me a phone call any day. And even better than a phone call, give me an across the table, you know, sit down where I can see your. What'd you say?
Style. Every person you have an argument on Twitter, you'd be like, "We're gonna meet at this coffee shop and we're gonna talk it out." You know, we'll be there all day, but.
But I love that because when I see statements like that without inflection, without enough context to understand where you are coming from, the only thing that I can default to is I interpret a lot of things like that this way, and I may be completely wrong. And that's the thing. I allow myself to be incorrect and to, you know, course correct from there. But it's the idea of, well, they're being mean, they're being nasty. Is it wrong that we're upset? No, it's not wrong. My interpretation of that is no, I get upset too. You know, I cuss on this show because I can. You know, it's like I get away with it.
And I love it when you cuss.
But the idea for me is, yes, I get upset, but then I don't choose to jump on social media and respond to them in the same manner. It's because they are acting shitty. They are saying shitty things. I don't see that as permission for me then to act shitty in return.
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't mean that what they're saying doesn't upset me. That doesn't mean what they're saying doesn't anger me. It doesn't mean in my head I'm not saying "fuck you." You know,
And then,
I have that Lily Allen song in my head going, "Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you very much."
But then when all of a sudden the dog pile happens, all of a sudden these, you know, some of these journalists are going, "See, I said it. Look at these toxic fans. Look at all the fucking responses." And you just got baited. You got baited into exactly what they were trying to prove. And it's like,
And we say this every time. I'm getting sick and tired of having this conversation because we're just repeating. We're running in this stupid circle and just repeating ourselves over and over again. And because the point is, yes, they are acting shitty. Yes, I am going to affirm you in this moment. Those check marks, those bloggers, those reporters, yes, they are being dicks. They are being douches. They are being terrible. Yes. Why join them in the mud?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Why do you lower yourself to their level? We make jokes. We go beep, beep, boop, and just go, oh,
I'm a robot. I'm a robot. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I am, you know, and when we've been called Russian propaganda, and I go, oh, we drink the vodka.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Spiritual Russia. Let's get some vodka.
In Russia, you don't.
Dave for a second was like, "Do I want to make this impersonation or not?" He stopped it.
The thing with that also is that one of the people actually joked about it, and they said like, "I didn't know that liking all these Russian girls on Twitter made me a Russian bot." And Gail quote-tweeted that and laughed at it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you might not agree with everything she had to do, but at the same time, it's like, all right, it's some of the stuff is not as bad as you guys are making it seem like
she always trolls.
Dude, there were some people.
Gail says shit all the time.
They were making it seem like she was making fun of Snyder's daughter. It's like she's never done that. I mean, when it gets to the point where some of these people are just kind of going like, "But she said," "But I got screenshots, I got receipts." It's like, yeah, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, okay, and. You're making it sound like this is just like the most horrible shit. I mean, when I've had people in my mentions, well, what about when somebody says something like really gross about it? I'm like, report, move on. If they said something gross, report it and move on. Don't fucking bring it to the attention and spread it around like they want it to be spread around and quote tweet it and be like, oh my God, look, this horrible person and blah, 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 and start dogging. Because then it gets the attention that person wanted. Report it, move on. You know,
or they find other assholes like themselves and they can band together into one super asshole, you know.
Hey,
Power Rangers.
Yeah, exactly. The assholes find each other.
Yeah, exactly. Can I give you a little bit of advice? What we do is like, you know, when I see a really disgusting tweet that I want to report, I don't quote tweet it and spread it. No, what do? I share it in DMs and I go, report this asshole.
Exactly. Like, and a lot of these
you do the back channel thing.
Yeah.
Do that. And you know what's funny is like a lot of these people probably do have a lot of group chats because they always talk about like, hey, yeah, you know, the friends that you made. And I'm like, good. I'm glad you guys have made friends and groups and stuff like that. That this has all happened. That's great. Now just like you said, do it like that. You see a bad tweet, fucking send it to all your buddies, report it, you know, mass report it, and then hopefully something happens to it and then move on. Don't bring it to the attention to the public and where it's going to cause like this whole fucking back and forth. And it's just, it's frustrating. It is frustrating.
But on a better note, next week we have
I feel bad for Travis because the entire time he was gone, we had this great like MCU discussion and he missed all of it.
They're like, it's the gold standard, it's everything, and I missed out on it. Dave's like, I'm actually lying about She-Hulk. I fucking love it.
Yeah, God damn, that hair of hers.
I was dealing with a little vomit incident, so I had to go help them all. The kids. Well, they're all good now, but just upset stomach. But it was one of those like, we got to change these sheets, don't we? Yep, we do. And I don't like vomit, but
Oh, I hate Shane. Oh my god.
So that's where I was for people wonder why did he go away for like 20 minutes. That's where I was, and I said to Dave like I should be back, but I don't know for sure. But I'm back. They're back to sleep.
You're good.
Medicine, everything.
Good.
So, but pause
it.
Casey.
Yeah.
Oh,
Casey.
We threw it to you.
Next week we have Netflix's To Doom. And
Henry Cavill is actually going to be at this one. I think.
Yeah, promoting Justice League 2. That's what I've heard.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be talking about Black Adam and all the movies.
I keep forgetting they have that Witcher spinoff coming out. I don't know if it's this year, but Michelle Yeoh's in it. But I don't know if it's this year or not. But it's coming. They've filmed that.
We got Enola Holmes 2 coming.
Yeah, he's
no. See, Henry Cavill's all. That's what's so cool is like we're gonna see Zack stuff. We're gonna see Henry Cavill stuff. I mean, it's not gonna be the stuff that certain people want, but we're all good with it because
I want the trailer now.
I was gonna say I gotta ask you guys because you guys have followed more. What is what do you think we actually get from Rebel Moon if we get anything next week? Is it more just kind of concept art? Is there any sort of like teasers?
I feel like a teaser is coming because they're almost done filming.
Okay.
They're going to be finishing filming. I mean, they're filming he's filming 2 parts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard
so
that.
You better, I mean, so we're in the middle of September right now. It's supposed to wrap up in November, so that's 2 months away. Mm-hmm. And you better believe
that's both movies.
And that's 2 movies, so they probably got something.
Even if it's just a minute teaser.
Not to mention Zach has Las Vegas with Jay Oliva, and the North Dot stuff with Jay Oliva. Yeah, and there's
Rebel Moon with Jay Oliva.
Jay Oliva. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff with.
I love your inflection, Dave. It's great. We need that like clip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you got to carry that onto your news.
That pronunciation.
At the 3:30 mark. The 3:30 mark. 3:30 mark. If anybody wants to cut that out, man. But so there's plenty of stuff right there. So I mean, he's gonna.
I really want that teaser because I just want to know what the tone of the movie is gonna be. So that first teaser will give that the tone and the scale.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for that. I liked Army of Dead enough. I liked it fine, but Rebel Moon to me has always been very exciting. It's very much just like I think I've talked about on here before. It's like the George Lucas thing of you want to make Flash Gordon, well, you can't make Flash Gordon. It's like, well, I'm gonna go make my own thing. That's exactly what Zach's doing here. Like, oh, maybe he could have done a Star Wars, maybe not, but now it's like, well, I'm gonna go do my own thing, and it'll probably be better for that as far as especially people that like Zach because there'll be less like him at Lucasfilm would have never worked. Like many other directors would have never worked at Lucasfilm, as we're not fucking getting a Star Wars movie in 2025.
I know. Oh yeah, that was another thing.
Rogue Squadron. I am so pissed about that. I wanted Rogue Squadron so much.
And even then, it's the Taika movie, but the whole year, Kathy's like, "Oh, 2023. Don't worry, it's coming." I kept saying on Geek First, she's fucking lying. That movie does not exist. And because she would say it's coming out next December, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm still working on the script. You're telling me this movie's coming out next December, and this man hasn't even finished the script, and now that's off that's delayed. Rogue's off the squadron, but yeah." So
I know I know my video that I made yesterday. I was like, "It's just too cruel," but I was like, I couldn't help it because I was like rollerblading. I don't know if you guys, saw that. I know.
I saw it hurt really bad.
I was like,
I made a version like that as well before, and in my version, it was just her. So they were making fun of her skating, so I just looped the skating part all over and over. And there was a line where she says, "We just kept trying and trying, and we couldn't crack it." And I just ended it there.
No, I did a little like bit when it came to her skating. I was just like, "Hey, Patty," I did something at the beginning. I forgot what that was, but then I was like, when that happened, I was like, "Oh man." It's like she just fell off her skates, and then I was like, and then all of a sudden my brain started going, and then I started searching for rollerblading fails, and that the one with the girl going right into that garage door. I was like, oh man, I'm going hell. I was like, I couldn't help it. I was like, and that's why it was funny too because I like just spliced it together and I sent it. I think I sent it, Casey, you saw it. Where I was like, is that too cruel? I was like, nah, it's good. I sent it to some people. I'm like, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna splice it, and then I'm gonna do my own. It's like, hey, I'm sorry. I like Patty. I was looking forward to the movie, but I just couldn't help
There's
myself.
a special circle of hell for you, Dave.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. There was.
But
I was
at
like,
least if we get Rebel Moon, it'll be like something Star Wars adjacent, as we're not getting any Star Wars films. And I hope that Netflix does also do that theatrical, because they've done that in past few times.
They will.
So
they definitely
I will drive the 2 hours like I drove to go see Army of the Dead, by the way.
Yeah.
I will
If they did Army of the Dead, they're gonna do this.
I agree that even though it's weird that they still haven't announced the Knives Out date for that, because they're like, yeah, we're gonna try and do theatrical, and it still hasn't come up yet, and everyone's starting to get worried, and I'm a little worried too. But no, I'm very excited for that. I don't know what else from Tim. I'm really excited. No one's gonna be excited for this at all, but I'm excited for her to watch Do Revenge this weekend. That new Maya Hawke movie with the girl from Riverdale.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like a teeny like throw mama off a train where they're gonna take out each other's bullies. Like they've both been bullied by someone, so they're gonna go, and like Sophie Turner's in it.
I didn't know this, and I am now.
Came out today.
I saw the trailer. I like it. I was like interested.
Yeah, it's very much like I said. It's a preppy throw mom off the train. They agree to take each other things out, and but yeah, I'm excited for a few things to see. But yeah, Rebel Moon's probably the thing I want the most. Just like I said, even though a 1 minute teaser, like you said, Casey, just some of the feel of it. That's all I need. I don't need the full on trailer. I was gonna ask you guys though, do you think, because they are doing the two, are they going to market the first one as Rebel Moon Part 1, or do you think they're going to do the It thing where it's going to be It, like Rebel Moon, and then Part 2 will say
I
Part
think
2?
that, honestly.
I do too, because I think they might scare some people off if they go Part 1 and go, oh, do I want to get into a franchise or a series where if you just get that Part 2 at the end, I like this, I want more.
So
Great.
Dune, I think, did it well because they marketed it as Dune, and then in the movie it's showed Part
1.
That's a good idea, yeah.
But the thing with Rebel Moon is that Zack has been just promoting it as Rebel Moon, but on the production weekly, where they post it, it's always mentioned as Rebel Moon Part 1. So that's also
I'm kind of wondering, like, what if all of a sudden they change it and there's like a subtitle, like Rebel Moon, and they say, a little title underneath. Yeah, Rebel Moon, Hope of the New. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah. Menace of the fandom.
Return of the Rebel.
Yeah. I know.
The last Rebel will be amazing then.
The King Strikes Back.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just kind of wondering, like, would they do that, or is that like too on the nose of being like too Star Warsy? I don't know.
I think you're gonna. I feel like he obviously was inspired by Star Wars, and I feel like you're going to see little DNA when you watch the movie, but I feel like it's going to be a completely different
Star Wars pitch.
Yeah, it's his pitch, but I feel like now, because it's evolved, it's almost like we were talking about with the Justice League stuff of like, right, that was his original boards, but if you were to make it now, that would change. So it's like so many years later from the original pitch to him filming it, creating, actually doing the, like, hey, you got a budget, go. I think you'll always see DNA there, but that's what I'm excited to see. Okay, what is the mixture of the DNA now? It's okay. We know it's like yours, what you would want to do with Star Wars, but now because you can introduce anything. You don't got to worry about this Easter egg or who ties in here, or I can't kill this character because or I can't do this planet.
Character can't do this thing.
It's
always what suffers from Star Wars. Yeah,
100%.
Even Andor, like, which is like, apparently it's it's getting good reviews, but I've seen some mixed reviews where they go like, yeah, but we know where this is heading. That's the thing, is like we already know the fate of the main character.
We literally know where, like, we see his last moments.
Yeah, we've already seen where it goes, and I think that's what Star Wars has to suffer from, is like when they fit these little stories in between stories that have already been told. It's like, all right, yeah, but we know, but hopefully they could do something good, and I'm still looking forward to Andor, of course, but yeah.
I love Rogue One too much.
I also
Rogue One feels so fucking good, so yeah.
I also want to hear what Junkie XL made for this movie.
Ooh.
Oh, that's right, he did something.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything he's doing, man. Ooh.
I hope that teaser has that his music. So I know
you could
that
get like a theme.
Do that.
Like
a
theme,
drums.
Something like that. Yeah,
some drums in that. And we know it's him because he does those drums.
We know it's you.
We know it's you. Beloved motherfucker. But anyways, this could be a good way to wrap this up. I know it's not a 6-hour stream, but sometimes we don't go that far. But I think we've covered pretty much things from the week right here, and I think we've had a good time, of course. Thank you to, of course, Jordan. Thank you to Andre, who showed up to the stream. And thank you to you guys. We'll go around the horn, of course, and promote ourselves. I know I should say promote, not plug. That always sounds funny.
Plug yourself.
That's just so dirty.
It does sound like, hey, plug yourself, you know. Anyways, all right, we'll go.
This is not everything everywhere all at once. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. Anybody who's seen it, yeah, you know. Man, there are some crazy movies that have come out. I saw Barbarian last night.
I was going to ask you
that.
I watched your reaction, but I feel like where did you like the movie? That's what
I did. Okay. All right. Before we wrap up here, all right, because I will admit, and I almost went, man, maybe I should do like a full-on video about it. And I was talking to Jason, Rap Nerd, about it because he's a big horror fan. He's a big horror fan, and we were DMing, and we were going back and forth, and we were kind of like, and I was like going, okay, I liked the movie, but part of me was like, part of me was like, it seemed like there was like a lot of things, and I'm just the whole time I'm going, okay, I know very little about this movie. I only saw the first trailer, and I'm kind of going, and I'm seeing the reviews from people going, holy shit, it just takes this weird turn, and I'm going like, okay, when you watch the trailer, you see the main girl, I forgot her name, like Georgiana.
Tess. Oh yeah, Tess in the show. But,
and then you got Mr. Sarsgaard, and I'm going, but Justin Long's in this movie? Why am I seeing like Justin Long's in this movie? He's not in the trailer. So then when you watch the movie and you see like that first part at this house and stuff happens, then all of a sudden it takes a turn, and then you gotta go, I was like, whoa, fuck. This is like
3 movies in one. Which
kind of is.
Weird. Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, you did see it. Okay, okay, Trev. I didn't think you. Okay. When the Justin Long story comes, you kind of go, all right, now this is all right. But then it ties, of course, into it. But like, did you feel like the whole movie was like, there was something interesting with other characters, and like I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, they know something that what's going on? Like, is this a whole thing here? And then all of a sudden, when you get the payoff, I was like, all right, wasn't expecting that. You know?
Oh yeah,
that was pretty crazy and all weird. And there's some, some things you're going.
There's some weird shit in here.
Yeah, you get some. Yeah, there was a couple times where I was like,
I mean, the title is Barbarian, so you would expect.
You're still not prepared though.
So when I was talking to Jason,
that's good news to me.
Yeah, when I was talking to Jason, I was like, I was a little disappointed because it felt like it was setting up something different. But then at the same time we were talking, I'm like, well, maybe it was not like trying to just, go a different way. I mean, yeah, it was, because when you see the outcome, you kind of go, okay, it went that way, and that was fucking bonkers, sure. But then I'm like, then he goes, well, maybe there is still something there, and maybe it was setting up for a future thing. And I was like, all right, I can get around that, because
fucking X got a trilogy in 1 year. My God.
Yeah,
I'm actually looking forward to that as well. The Pearl
if this movie was setting something up and it makes enough where it, we can get more, I'm like, oh, okay. So everything, like some of the stuff, like maybe that I thought was going to pay off that didn't quite, maybe will, because there were some things I was like, huh. But I did enjoy it. I thought, the scores,
scores so
JC, JC, Black Phone. We talked about the score. Oh. This score is also good too. You hear that old school, just like it's got some good score. It's got some good suspense. It's filmed great, and it's got some suspense. But yeah, you just really, I can't wait to watch it again, because I'm gonna be like, okay. But yeah, it definitely goes. It'll just immediately go. Now we're we're going over here, and then all of a sudden it does it again. It goes, now we're right here, and you're going, what the fuck is going on here?
Expectations like every 15 minutes, where you think you know what the movie is, and then it changes. You think it changes and stuff like that. But yeah. No, I was curious because I did really like it. I recommend everyone that likes horror definitely go see it. I was a little disappointed because I saw the same thing where people were just praising it so much, and the whole that I hate when it's that scariest movie the past 10 years. Like, I like it, man.
I don't know about that. No. I don't know about that.
I said this on our review of maybe I've just watched too many fucked up movies now that some of the stuff I'm like, oh, I'm kind of used to this now. But no, it's really creative. Justin Long is great in it too. Like, he plays a really fun it's arguably fun, but he has fun with the role. I'm saying he has fun. People are gonna cancel me for that comment. No, he's having fun with the role. It's good to see Justin Long in something like kind of more serious again, you know. And it has beats, but
he does a great job. Everybody does a great job. They do. It's filmed very well.
Yes.
And you're just kind of like the whole time you're guessing. You're just going, oh, maybe it's going to. I mean, I don't want to like say anything because, I mean, there were certain times where I was like, oh, it's going this route. And then I'm like, oh, no, it's not.
No.
And then I'm like, oh, it's going this route. Oh, wait, no, it's not. And then all of a sudden when you see the stuff and then you go, oh, it's going that route. And then you go, holy fuck. Like there's some things in here where you just kind of go, oh, whoa, I didn't know it was going to go that route.
Yeah.
And, oh, it's that thing. And then I'm like, yeah, but there's more. But I feel that there's more to it. And if this warrants a sequel, it's going to capitalize on some of the stuff that was shown here that was kind of like, well, wait a minute. What about that? What about that?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's maybe what Zach, whatever the hell his name is, was trying to go for. It was like, hey, if we can make this, movie and it could be a hit, we can go further with it. I'm going to set all this foundation and then it could go even further. And I think that's what he's trying to do. That's what me and Jason were talking about, was like, yeah, there's some things that just felt like it didn't pay off.
Because that's what I was gonna say. If you don't get that, that's why I feel like there's a lot of conveniences in the movie.
Yes. Oh yeah, there's total conveniences.
That was my biggest hang up, that I hated that they had a lot of the characters be very horror movie characters of the number one A thing you don't do. Like, oh, I'm gonna do this. You're like, why? And they pose these characters like really realistic people, and then when it comes down to horror decision making time, it's like, this is a good idea. It's like, no one would do this. No one in their right mind would do this at all and stuff. And no, I still like. I think the other thing that hurt a bit for me is people compared a lot to Malignant, which this movie is crazy, but to me, Malignant is like one of the fucking craziest movies of all time.
Oh yeah,
and I don't think it got
a lot of people were
saying for me. Yeah, and
it wasn't. Yeah, and I kept seeing that, or like, oh, it's like Malignant level, and I was like, so then I'm like going, and I made the mistake going, okay. And even though, like, what we see is batshit and bonkers, it wasn't Malignant batshit.
Malignant's a whole different level. It's trying to be cheesy. It's trying to be very campy. Yeah. You got a fucking twin on the back of your head and stuff like that. Like, it's just like
the funniest scene is when that twin throws a chair and flies across the room. Oh, man,
dude! When Gabriel's fucking everybody up in the station,
that prison scene,
dude. I mean, that was vintage fucking James Wan doing like, all right, we're gonna rotate the camera, and he's just.
But he would never do that stuff in like a horror movie. Really, he'd always say that for like his big action stuff. Like he had similar Saw things, but you weren't expecting him to break out like an Aquaman Fast and the Furious scene in the middle of this like. Dark gothic horror film, and he did. So that's why I still say like Barbarian's definitely worth a watch. It's fun to see with people. It's definitely good. And Pearl, I'm gonna see at some point. I
still haven't seen X. I gotta like watch X first.
It's not that great, but the style and tone is cool.
That's why that one I'm gonna see like at VOD, because I saw X and I was like, you know what? I don't think I need to see Pearl in the theaters. I'm happy to wait for that one, and that's where. But it's still it's unique. It's good. It's different stuff, and I love that the people that love that stuff already get 3 movies. Like they got 1 and 2, and then this weekend they announced we're doing a 3rd one. So man, if you love X, that's awesome, because you're just feasting right now.
Which is what's great is you want to see stuff like that, like things that make enough of an impact where like they go, yep, we got a franchise here, boom, there you go, and a franchise like that, a trilogy like that, you want to see more stuff like that.
Crimes of the Future though?
No, I can't.
I still have to. Yeah,
I can't.
There's another one.
Scott, you haven't seen. You're not going to see that movie, right? Fuck no. Body horror. You can't see body horror.
Viggo Mortensen though.
If I see it, it's going to have to be
not horror that much. It really is.
Really, the body horror is not that much.
No.
Okay.
It's just a regular concept in that world. So.
Oh my god.
That doesn't help.
It's different.
It doesn't help me either. It doesn't help me either.
Cronenberg.
Yes. Like,
But what I'm trying to say is that it's not portrayed as horror. It's portrayed as art, and that's just the world.
That's amazing.
They're not trying to scare you, so that's
no. I don't.
Porn star.
It doesn't matter if it scares me. It matters if it grosses me out and makes me squirmy. Okay, it makes me lightheaded because I'm like, oh, good God.
I'll be seeing that for sure.
There's sometimes what was that movie with Hayden
You've
Christensen?
seen Men.
What was that movie with Hayden Christensen where he got the open heart surgery and he like woke up? Oh, Wake. It was called Awake. There was a moment in that where I literally was like, oh God. I mean, he's feeling it. He's feeling it. And I fucking felt lightheaded. For some reason, I just felt lightheaded. I was like, oh God. Yeah. If you guys saw that movie, like he's like under, anesthesia, but he's awake. That's a whole thing. That's a whole concept. It's actually a pretty good movie. Who the fuck's the girl in that? I forgot who it was. But anyways, yeah. And then like when he's about to get sliced open, like they make it so dramatic where I literally was like, oh, I'm gonna pass out. Oh my God. I was like in the theater going, oh my God, I can't, because it was just like they filmed it very well. Where it was like where he's like internally screaming and I'm going, oh my God. Yeah,
that's where they did an autopsy in Saw 4, and my dad, who is a psychiatrist, has had to seen autopsies. And after the end of that, he just looked at me and said, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, it's not the exact same. It's like they pretty much nailed what they would be doing and stuff like that. It's like, oh my God, I don't know how I could do that. But the other one I want to show, because I haven't seen it, I want to ask you, Casey, have you heard or seen a movie called The Watcher or Watcher? I have to see it, but it's in the horror realm. Apparently, it's just a whole movie where there's a girl and there's a creepy guy next door, and he's just stalking her the whole time. But I keep seeing it on a lot of people. It's on Raptor's list as well. Okay, so remember the guy in Dark Knight Rises who he's working with Bane and Dagger, and they make him walk the ice, and he has like that kind of bowl cut. He has black hair.
I've heard of that movie.
But apparently, it's just like a movie where he's a stalker, and it's just like apparently very well made.
It's a 2022 movie.
Torchwood? Yeah.
Oh, well, I thought it was older. Okay.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, because I keep the same as Pearl people. I've seen a lot of people like, oh, I'm not sure if it hit. No, I think it's been on VOD for a little bit, it went to like Shudder, and I think it's spreading around. But it's another one that's apparently good horror film that, like Crimes of the Future, I have on my list at some point to check out. But
yeah, maybe I will. But I remember I talked to Miss Wonder Meg about it, and she told me certain scenes, and I was like, eh.
Yep. Okay. Hey, Travis, I was right. The actor Burn Gorman.
Burn Gorman, what a name!
Burn Gorman. That is an actor name.
He was in Torchwood.
Burn Gorman.
He was in the first season of the Halo TV show, and he plays the head of Gulf Western in The Offer.
Wow.
He plays Charlie the
and
Austrian.
He is in Pacific Rim, yeah. So I don't think anyone in the chat's seen it, but yeah, apparently it's another good horror.
Oh, okay. I think I know what we're talking about now. Now I'll have to check it out. But I mean, I like a good horror suspenseful. I mean, Barbarian was good when it came to that, and like I said, the score was fucking great, and it really added to that old style horror type movie, just like Black Phone, same thing, where it had that score where it's just like it helps create that atmosphere, and totally like the score in Barbarian did that big time, which I thought was great. Okay, I know this guy. Yeah, he was in Pacific Rim. That's what I know him the most from. Yeah,
he's like classic. We need a shady looking bad guy.
Charlie Day's brother, like where they kept going back and forth. Yeah, I remember this guy. Okay, yeah, he looks like a creep.
He plays Charlie Day's brother in Pacific Rim.
Yeah, they're brothers, right? I'm pretty sure they're brothers, and they're trying to like do the kaiju thing. They're trying to like do the whole thing where they like interface or whatever the fuck they do with those guys. Link with their brains, and they figure out how to defeat them. Yeah.
But the plot of the movie is a young American woman moves with her husband and begins to suspect the stranger who watches her from their apartment building across the street may be the local serial killer decapitating women. And it's also the main girl is from. Did anyone ever see It Follows back in the day?
Yep. I know who that is.
She's the lead.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
It's a good movie.
It's good until we get to the pool, but some weird shit.
Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about when it comes to that, because weirdly enough, she played this is so random. She played Bill Pullman's daughter in ID4 2, which is weird.
Yeah, it's listed.
Which is weird because the little girl who played it in ID, the first Independence Day, is very much an actress, and they just didn't hire her again. She was in Scott Pilgrim, which I watched like a couple of weekends ago. She played the girl, like, the lesbian one, and it was just kind of funny. I was like, wait,
you punched me in the boob.
Oh God. I love that movie so much.
I love that movie so much.
Oh, and I watched it with somebody who hadn't seen it. Oh my God. I laughed and laughed. I mean, it's such like, and I haven't watched it in a while, and it was just like, God damn it. Edgar Wright, I think that is his fucking opus, to be honest. I mean, as much as I love the Cornetto trilogy and everything like that, there's that movie.
Scott Pilgrim's my favorite.
Scott Pilgrim, I don't know how he pulled that off, because that movie is a fucking masterpiece. It's a fucking masterpiece. How he pulled off some of those scenes and how they're so quick and everything is so quippy. Like, it's like a parody, but it's so well made. It's just like, God damn it. It's like, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. I can't get over it. I can't get over how great that fucking movie is, man.
Well, plug for Geek Ultimate Alliance, because on their podcast, World's Finest True Believers, Chris Balga had me on, and I talked about the 4th book of the Scott Pilgrim series, and because I love the comics that movie's even based on. So do yourself a favor and go pick up those comics, because they're good.
It's a travesty that there wasn't any more Scott Pilgrim movies, but it didn't do well in the box office, but it has such a big cult following.
It was that classic before its time. I feel like it's and even as somebody like I don't have it as my favorite for his, but I feel like it just came out kind of similar like Snyder's Watchmen. I feel like it just came out. It still did well, but if it comes out like a few years later, I think the audience is a bit more ready for that. Yeah, and I feel like with Scott Pilgrim, that was almost like, now it's almost fun that movies are weird, but that was almost an era where weird movies were cast aside. Like, you're a nerd if you like those type. Where now it's like fucking Lighthouse, and like it's like people are looking for weird, different stuff because there's so many similar big blockbuster things, right? So they want things like that. But I still, it might be recency bias, but I still have Soho as my favorite for his. I absolutely loved that movie.
No, Travis, what I'll say this is Scott Pilgrim's my favorite, but I think Last Night in Soho is his best made.
That's fair, and I might be the other way around. Right?
That is fair. That is fair, because it's not a comedy. It's actually a serious movie. It's like it's Edgar Wright doing something different. It's not It's not super fast edits and quippy stuff and all this stuff like that. It's it's him going, all right, I'm gonna make a movie that's gonna be taken pretty damn serious. Oh, I think Travis is gonna.
Travis is gonna bring out the prop. Yeah. Okay, I can't wait for this. I'm ready for this.
Oh, he's got a poster.
What is it? Come on!
I can finally do it. I can do it. I can do the Scott thing.
Yeah, he's got a poster. There it is. I like it. No, like when it came to like watching Last Night in Soho, like that was that Edgar Wright going, I'm gonna make an act. I'm going to pay homage to the movies that I watched growing up and all this stuff, and I'm gonna put my flavor on it. But it wasn't like the boom, 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 like all his other like his comedies and stuff like that, where it's like everything's like let's go. Yeah, you could tell it's an Edgar Wright. You could see his fingerprints, but it's a different Edgar Wright movie, which I really enjoyed. So, but yeah.
Mine was just a cheap poster from the theaters. They gave
it works. At least you had something. It has
to go up because I have to do that. Taylor printed me because he works at his jobs of graphic design. He printed me a very nice. What the hell is the word? What is the material? It'd be soft, and you could cut it. It's like
canvas.
Canvas, thank you. He printed me the whole Middle Earth map on canvas, so I got a lot of stuff I got to put up and everything like that. So
nice. That's pretty cool.
What's on the back of my shirt? It's also my wife again. I also just used.
I was about to say, you know what's funny? Like this whole for probably about 2 hours, I kept looking. I'm like, I need to ask if that's his wife on his shirt again.
I only did it because the gimmick of the joke of last time. But yes,
damn it, I should have asked earlier. I'm sorry, but I was like, nah, there's no way that's his wife. And
no, because I at one point bought at the Geekverse, we have a joke where we're the #Pew Boys. So I bought a shirt with Florence Pugh on it. And then I said, could I get a shirt with you on it? She's like, absolutely. So she had originally done a Baudour shoot a few while back ago, and that's where I have these on there. So it's that it kind of started as like a dare. I'm like, I'm gonna do it, and then so that's what I have multiple things with my wife. So there you go. And I do have a shirt with myself on it too, but that's for something else. So
we don't want to know.
No,
we won't ask. We won't ask.
No,
that's for Patreon or OnlyFans, whatever.
Exactly. Yeah.
But anyway, so
OnlyFans.
yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and wrap this up now. That we diverted to barbarian and Edgar Wright talk. I love it. But anyways, yeah, Scott Pilgrim. My God, it's just I can't get tired of that movie. I just never. It's so fucking boring. Yeah, I know. I have that drop. Yeah, but it's just just that one scene where he where Knives shows up and they answer the door and he runs off. I saw how they made that. I don't know if you saw the behind the scenes and how they made that. I mean, it's how do you conjure up something like that? Because it's just so quick. And it's man, it's just, there's so many of those scenes where I'm I want to see how did you make that scene? How did you make that? I need to really dive into some of those behind the scenes of Scott Pilgrim.
Punch the highlights
out of her hair. Ugh. God damn. It's milking eggs, bitch. Oh man. Love that. Anyway. It's milking eggs, bitch. Thomas Jane just showing up. Love that.
Brandon Routh and Chris Evans both were funny in that.
Oh yeah.
You got Superman, you got
Captain America,
you got the Punisher, you got all these superhero fucking actors in there, man. But yeah, I know. Dun 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 dun. I mean, just stupid shit like that. It's hey, let's learn the bass line for Final Fantasy. Dun, 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 dun. And I'm I know that, even though I didn't play it, my brother played it, and I know that fucking bass line. It's just stupid shit like that. It's just so quick and quippy. I love it. Edgar Wright's
just
man.
Like the MCU, the gold standard. No, just joking.
Yeah. Oh no, the MCU neglected Edgar Wright when he.
They did. Yeah, that's a whole nother multiverse. Yeah. There's an Ant-Man movie that exists with Edgar Wright. And
oh my God. Oh jeez. All right, let's go around the horn. Scott, of course, you go last, but KC, go first.
Instead of that, we have Miss Marvel, though, which kind of had that Edgar Wright-isms in it.
Yeah, there's been some inspirations with the editing. I like. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. But yeah, you can follow me at KryptonCage on Twitter and Instagram, which both of them I don't use as much. But you can subscribe to my YouTube channel where I'll be posting more edits and stuff like that. And go watch Crimes of the Future because it's art.
It's art. Okay, Travis.
You can find me plugging myself at Trasby Snail, where I'm talking weekly all the time. There's Andor, there's She-Hulk, House of Dragon. There's literally right now I feel like I'm podcasting almost every day, twice a day. So I'm loving it. I'm excited for when these shows pretty much end all at the same time, but we're busy over there. So if you like my antics, I'm always talking with the guys and getting into trouble. So
there you go. All right, Scott.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast. It's a DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. I do want to take an opportunity to plug a future appearance next week, possibly Sunday or Monday. If you do not already subscribe to Lisa's I Love That Movie podcast, I suggest that you subscribe because I will be making another appearance on that show talking about a very long movie that I watched a week ago. So you might want to go ahead and subscribe because also Lisa's awesome and she deserves all the subscriptions and love. And of course, every Sunday night, find me here at Film Junkie as we are doing Batman the Fan stream, where this Sunday we will be talking about the penultimate. Yes, Dave learned what that word meant last Sunday. The penultimate episode of season 1, Read My Lips.
There it is. All right. Good job. All right. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Andre. Thank you to who else showed up on this thing?
Jordan,
there it was. Jesus Christ. Yeah, vodka's hitting right there. But thank you to everybody who's been watching this entire time, 4 hours and everything. Make sure you hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, join if you want to become a member, do all that, and follow me on all the sock mids down below. All right, guys, we will talk to you later.